Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 108 of Pokerole. We are back on a kind of an interesting day because it's actually my birthday today. Hence why there will be a birthday puppo in the upper left corner of the screen for now, because I just put that there. That is done by Nano, by the way, who is a regular viewer of ours. Very cute, so I thought I'd put it over there. Gotten some great birthday art today for you from multiple people, and I really appreciate that. I want to say thank you to everybody on that. But let's go ahead and start up the intro, though, and get things moving here. So, for anything, I just want to say that if you like the video, do think about giving it a like. If you haven't subscribed yet, think about doing that as well. But if you really want to help out, think about coming over to Twitch. I'm trying to reach a partner over here, but we need more viewers to do it. So if you want to come by, whether it's to lurk or to talk, think about doing so, because it really does help out. We're sitting at 37 viewers today, kind of a little bit low. I thought more people would show up for my birthday. Well, geez Louise, you better, like, donate or something to make up for that later, guys. Jeez. No, it's not a big deal. But we do always want more people, though, so think about coming over, because it really does help. And legitimately, it's nice to see new people. I like hanging out with new people, so come on over. We also have a pretty cool Discord community if you want to check that out, and there's a Pokerole Discord you can check out via a channel link there. As well. But I also have a coffee link if you want to help directly monetize my content. I have a merch store if you want to buy some cool merch. And I'm running a weight gain drive right now, which you can also see !WG in the stream chat, or there's a website link along with other links in the description below. You can see how to participate or just look at really cool art. So check it out. That being said, whoops, that was the wrong command. We also have a wiki to finish off. We'll never stop advertising that because Enio does great work. Check it out if you want to see details about characters, recaps of sessions, etc. for our Poker Pioneers game. Well, with that being said, how's everybody on the table doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm alright.
All good.
Good. What's dinner, Kyrio? I know you were eating.
I've got a sweet and sour pork and rice.
Heck, man, that's good. That hits the spot right there. That's like one of my favorite Chinese dishes. So I think right now I have Tubby muted. So just like you guys, let me know when he's like done with his side conversation. Side conversation.
He's quiet.
Okay, I'll unmute when he's back. But for now, though, I'll let you do a recap card because I actually am a little bit ditzy today. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me unmute the tub. Tubby!
How's it going?
I just did my intro. What the heck were you doing?
I was listening to it.
I mean, before that, because I had to mute you for a bit. Conversations happened, I see.
Yeah, I was just helping.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I had to do some side stuff. That's fair. But, alright, I'll let Car do a recap, and I have a lot of art to share, so I'll do that while he does that.
Okie dokie. Also, how are you doing today, Tubby?
Blank, apparently.
You okay?
Perhaps later.
I will recap. And Tubby can let me know how he's doing later.
Fair.
Right. Last time, unfortunately, we didn't have Tubby with us because work was a butt for him. But Tubby managed to finagle being here this week, which we very much appreciate. It's not the same without him.
It's nice to have him back.
Last time was the mystery of the Midnight Muncher. And we started with everyone arriving on base at somewhat varying times. Brooke was the first to arrive because his chat with Blaze did not take as long as what the others were doing. And he sees Lizard and Riley entering the base, Riley having difficulty going inside and using Poff and Laddie as guide Pokemon. Oh, no, that's not. I remember what happened. Brooke entered the base and saw Lizard with Riley sort of guiding him around because Riley still had the blindfold on and was using Poff and Laddie on his shoulders as guide Pokemon. not that he was having a great time, because he kept getting directed into things. Much to the amusement of Lizard, and potentially Poff and Laddie. But, when Brooke was entering the base, he saw that the plants that had been growing outside are growing as expected, and still in one piece, which is a good thing, because apparently there was someone or something munching on plants in town. Sometime after that, Tucker and Ryda come across each other in front of the base, and Tucker informs Ryda about the situation with Lilligant, and is planning to help with finding her if the problem grows more severe. Ryda remarks on how they find it peculiar that Tucker cares so much about little details, and how such compassion can be detrimental at times. Tucker admits that there is a truth to that argument, but says that even if it comes with a risk, that isn't sufficient reason for him to stop caring for others. The two enter the base as well, immediately witnessing Riley being directed into one of the base's support beams. While Riley complains to Brooke about them not stepping in to stop Poff and Laddie's shenanigans, Ryda asks Tucker what the tiny Poochyena Tucker is carrying is. Following having Puppy's origins explained to them, Ryda wonders if Tucker is planning to try to return Puppy to any potential family if they have it. Tucker explains that they're unsure if that'd be possible, since Puppy looks to be some form of primitive Poochyena, so it'd be very unlikely for them to be able to find its parents in this day and age. Tucker, noticing Puppy getting particularly antsy after being held for so long, puts them onto the ground and goes to check the doors are all shut so they can't sneak out. While Ryda explores the base on their own, and Brooke directs Liar to the garden so that they can settle down where they want by a tree. Because quiet dear friend does not want to stay inside. As night falls, the team reconvenes at the table to discuss everything that they've heard that day, such as Lilligant going missing, the inspectors coming to visit, and the crops being eaten at night at the orchard. Brooke explains that they plan to watch the orchard tonight to see if they can resolve the orchard issue before going to Seaspread. Ryda asks if Brooke intends for them and Tucker to also participate, considering how it would be best for some of them to get some rest before they leave, which gives Brooke the idea for the three of them to watch the orchard in shifts, and whoever's watching can simply wake the other two up if something occurs. And after making sure Puppy is asleep, the three head out. Side note, the reason that they didn't go and grab Ralph, and why we didn't cardboard cut out Ralph, is because Ralph was staying at Mawwiles for the night. When they reach the orchard, the three meet the Kangaskhan they'd often seen guarding the town gates. They explain why they're here, and Kangaskhan explains the situation. Apparently, whoever's been stealing crops has been able to slip past the guards undetected, which is likely due in part due to the amount of Pokemon allowed to guard the orchard being rather limited, which annoys the Kangaskhan greatly, since that means that they are one of the first choices due to being a normal type. They then let the three inside the orchard to look around. Tucker attempts to smell the crops to try and pick up any scent of what had been eating them, but has difficulty trying to pinpoint anything exact, while Brooke and Ryda wander around to try and find any visual clues from the gnawed-on crops. However, they can at least determine one thing. Whatever has been eating the crops is at least intelligent enough to specifically target crops in areas that are blind spots, if one has to look into the orchard from the outside. Sorry, I needed a moment. As time goes on, Tucker starts to be able to determine that plants that have been gnawed on seem to have some sort of distinct floral scent on them that their uneaten counterparts lacked. He then recalls a memory from his human life of this scent being associated with a particular pink Pokemon, though he can't recall much more than that. The Pokemon was pink, and at least taller than his child self. Brooke tries to think of a Pokemon that could somewhat match those descriptions, and the Pokemon that come to mind are Cherubi, Deerling, and Lurantis. After getting one last look around the environment, the three begin their night watch, Brooke and Ryda going to sleep while Tucker watches over the orchard from within a bush. Nothing occurs in the orchard under his vigilant gaze, and upon his shift ending, he trades places with Ryda. Ryda doesn't witness the thief either, and goes to wake up Brooke to trade shifts, only for Brooke to be too sleepy to be woken up without difficulty. Ryda pushes them to stay awake and keep watch. Only to notice Kangaskhan patrolling the orchard. They then try to wake Brook again, their footing unsteady as they collapse upon Brook, successfully awakening. Then, by complete happenstance, Brook immediately bumps into a Lurantis munching on an apple. Brook gives the Lurantis the chance to simply admit their guilt and come quietly. Lurantis finishes the apple they were eating with a defeated expression, and Brook alerts everyone that he's found the target. When Tucker sees the Lurantis, he notices an odd dimness to the energy coming off of it, though he has no idea what it means, and Brook notices their general coloration also seemed oddly paler than usual. Brook attempts to reason more with the Lurantis, explaining that they could offer help if they just explained why they were doing this. However, the Lurantis stays completely silent. After realizing that not much progress will be made, Kangaskhan thanks Team Cheer for their help, and stuffs the Lurantis. That's not what happened. That was a joke.
I gotta put it into the canon script. That's great.
The Lurantis did... I appreciate all your work, Enio, but they did not get stuffed into the Kangaskhan's pouch. They just got carried off.
Yeah, I apologize, but that's fat, and you'll have to edit that.
I appreciate the thought. And then explains they'll take them to Pangoro to decide what they'll do with them. The team then decides to go back to the base to rest, Brook carrying the unconscious Ryda over his shoulder. I will also note that I think Ryda stayed up on purpose because they didn't want to wake up Brook and wanted to try and catch the thief themselves.
Yes. That is correct.
Still, that's really amusing.
People want the pouch for. My audience.
Right. Which means y'all are at base. However, most of you stayed up a lot that night. Yeah. So, I'm just gonna make the executive decision that Ralph gets to wake up first.
That makes sense.
Alright.
Which, by the way, Tubby, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
I'm glad.
So we made the executive call. You stayed at Mawilds, which probably was what you were going to do anyways.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I might have, like, joined the investigation, but me being at Mawilds is honestly a believable explanation. After all, I was away for quite a while.
Yeah, we figured we wouldn't go over there and bother you. Probably didn't want to walk in on anything, too.
Saucy.
Yeah,
That said, it was the easiest thing to do in your absence, because I didn't want to just puppet Ralph. I can't play Ralph. It's not possible.
Ralph can only be played by Tubby.
You need that Tubby to be that Tubby.
Exactly. I can't be you. Only you can be you.
I'm far too deep and complex of a character.
I mean...
Actually, I kind of am.
I was gonna say you joke, but it's true.
That
said, Ralph, you get to wake up in Mawile's home. With Mawile, of course... Well, she was sleeping next to you at one point. Now she's currently using the little portable cook burner thing that she has to make pancakes.
Oh, that's adorable. I'll stand up, we'll come up behind her and like kiss her on the back of the neck, like a cute married couple.
Gosh, you have to bend and or kneel an amount because you're tall.
Yeah, I am pretty tall, aren't I?
Good morning.
How's it going, sweetie?
It's going fine. Did you sleep okay?
Oh, yeah. I ever since I evolved, like, I've been sleeping like a rock, like... Joker. Who'd have thought, you know, Snorlaxes are really good at sleeping.
I mean, you're comfy to sleep against. I'm not surprised it's easy for you to sleep.
Yeah, I like being cuddly. before I was like a pillow, now I'm like a whole mattress.
In a good way.
Yeah. I suppose we're probably not gonna stay here too much longer. We really didn't finish up back at Sea Spray. Yeah, he like rubs his chin. I mean, you know, we almost did, but, you know, we kinda had to run.
I remember. It's okay. I know you'll be back. And we still got time before the full moon. That is, if you and the rest of Team Cheer are still up for helping me this month.
I hope so. I mean, I'm certainly down for it.
That's good. Hopefully I can scrounge up more information, but I think I'm going to be a little busy. And she looks over at all the many various things that are strewn about her home.
I guess an inquisitive mind like yours always keeps busy.
I try to. There's always something to do if you put your mind to it.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Don't worry.
Man, those smell good, by the way.
Oh, shoot, right, and she goes and flips the pancakes before they burn.
Like, as the smoke is slowly turning gray instead of light.
Just the light sizzling sounds that comes with burning. Any idea what you and the gang are doing today?
Yeah, if I know Brooke, we're not gonna stick around much longer. We're probably gonna head back to Sea Spray. We'll see what comes up. Was there anything else we needed to do here? And he like goes, like starts thinking. I don't think so.
Kyrio is reminding us they still need the spa day.
Ah, yes. Oh yeah, we were gonna hit up the spa. Our new friend could totally use it. I'm thinking I want to do the milk soak again. Very relaxing.
Mawile giggles. Well, no matter how much milk you soak in, it's not going to make you tasty, Ralph.
Oh, am I not thirsty?
Well, it doesn't make you any less sweet either. And she turns around and pokes Ralph in the belly.
Cool. Yeah, I asked the milk tank if the milk bath is filled with her own milk, and he declined to answer.
That sounds like the kind of question that is okay to not answer.
Yeah, I kind of knew it was like sorta awkward, but I didn't, fully know.
I mean...
Yeah, I never had this many friends before, so like, he kind of laughs sheepishly.
Mawile looks like she was going to ask something of a rhetorical question, but she gets a sympathetic smile and reaches out and holds on to Ralph's hand. Well, you've got more than a few friends now. It's a good thing to have. And then she takes your hand and puts a plate of pancakes in it. And make sure you eat some breakfast.
Oh yeah, for sure. Eating breakfast is one of my top favorite things. I would think eating dinner is probably my favorite, and then eating breakfast, and then eating lunch is a close third.
And now we officially have a Ralph tier list. Good.
Ralph meals of the day tier list.
Just pull up one of those grids, start placing them.
Like, okay, breakfast. So breakfast has a lot of highs, some mids, pancakes. You got your grits, So I'm gonna say hi, H. Yes, it has to. No, not quite. Hi, H.
Oh gosh, Ralph the streamer / VTuber.
Where's Brunch go? Oh, that's a good question though.
In any case, Mawile pats Ralph on the back. At least this way you won't waste your meal a day on breakfast.
Yeah, that's right. I've probably talked about this before, but I'm kind of glad that being a Snorlax has actually made my appetite down. That was my biggest worry about evolving. I was like, nom the pancakes.
Yeah. I mean, you're not exactly a normal Snorlax, but it's turned out to be a good thing.
Yeah, it's super weird. That's something I need to work on more. I want to really explore what my new psychic typing can do.
I mean, there's that, there's the weird bug dragon creature corpse that you've got, there's this whole thing, and she gestures a spatula at the currently turned off ball toy. Crap, I need to read that book that you left me.
Oh, it's okay. I think, I'm in good with the librarian.
Well, I mean, you can always just leave the book with me while you go on your trip to Sea Spray. I can give it a read through.
Yeah, I'd just leave it here. You can, do whatever. You can read it at your leisure.
Right, and you also want to make a distillery.
Yes, special project for the base. For funsies.
That's actually useful on more than just wanting to get intoxicated.
Actually, yeah, that brings a whole new industry to this town.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a good point. I was more thinking that you could distill alcohol that could be used for medical purposes.
I mean, that's the more boring route, but I suppose that's more useful for a budding town.
I mean, yeah, but that's not the only thing you're gonna do with it. Putting her hands on her hips, giving Ralph a knowing look.
I think it would be fun for the both of us to get what did Mom used to say? Goober sloshing drunk?
What?
Goober sloshing. I think it was a word she made up.
It sounds made up. Mawile ends up making more pancakes for herself before she turns off the burner and starts eating breakfast. Amusingly enough, she does have butter, so you can have butter with your pancakes.
Nice. You better believe it. Nice and wonderful.
But what is Ralph going to do after breakfast?
Stretch and be like, yeah, I suppose I better meet up with the others and see what's on the agenda.
Alright. You know where to find me.
Yes. And we give her a gentle hug.
She hugs you back.
Tongue.
She hugs you back, gives you a squish. And hey, if you're here for much longer, you're always free to stay.
You did. Nothing could keep me away. And with that, I'll head towards the HQ to see what's on the agenda today.
Alright, and now...
Maybe I have to, run laps or something. Stay in shape, I don't know.
What? We both know you don't gotta do anything. You and your BS energy and metabolism regulation powers.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure I have the dice to run laps. If I'm honest.
I don't know. You've got 4 vitality there.
Yeah. Oh man, I still remember. Ralph, run faster! You're going on a diet.
And it worked. It worked. So, Brooke, Tucker, and Ryda, please roll to see who among you wakes up first.
Okay.
I think it'd be good to just say Ryda wakes up last, considering they stayed up the longest.
I'm okay with that. And it looks like Brooke wakes up first.
Consequences for actions and all that.
Oh, right. I forgot that Tucker had all these random items.
Yeah, I'm just I'm considering some sorting since they're at base. I'm trying to remember if he had a reason to hold on to his outfits.
I don't remember.
Well,
You
one of
also have
them,
that-
one of them was it was definitely important to keep the Cafe V form. Wasn't that going to get upgraded later? So that would be something to hold on to.
That was something that you wanted to get upgraded by the seamstress.
Yeah,
but you
that's
haven't
later on.
visited her yet.
Yeah.
It would be safe to just leave it at the base for now.
Same with this outfit then.
Yeah.
Same with honestly the same reason as the winter clothing. I am gathering a little bit of a closet here of clothes, or Tucker is.
Brooke wakes up in his pool. He yawns and sighs good morning to Squirtle as he makes his way down to the kitchen. Squirtle, still half asleep, blows bubbles in the pool. Other side note, Tucker still needs to chat with Rise.
That's true.
Brooke will probably find a snack if no one else is around yet. It's early enough that no one else is really around or making breakfast right now. And from the sounds of snoring just above the kitchen, you can tell that Riley is still asleep. Which means the lizard is probably still asleep. But, yeah. Brooke can easily find something to snack on in the kitchen. Apparently, somehow, the base is acquiring an amount of snack foods. You'd think they'd be unable to exist given Poff and Laddie are around.
Keep them on a high shelf and in a cupboard, I suppose.
I mean, you say that, but Poff can climb on walls.
That's true.
And Laddie can catch things that are tossed down.
I'm gonna put this as an aside, not really an interaction, but Tucker will actually be leaving his paints, the macaroni wheels, and the raw clay. He's gonna leave that in the room that's going to eventually be a daycare area. And he will actually be noting to probably Lizard that when they're next out, if Puppy wants to try creative things, that those things are available for Puppy.
That is adorable. Probably along with the warning of please do not let Puppy eat these stale macaroni wheels.
They are of debatable age. Do not let him eat them. Same with the paint. Don't let him eat the paint.
Or the clay.
Or the clay. Don't eat any of it, really. But you could do like some molding with the clay, like kind of like Play-Doh if you wanted to. Probs. And
probably make a cast mold of a paw.
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
a face, I guess.
Little intellectual crafts exercise stuff that Puppy is free to use if supervised.
Desiccated macaroni is probably more mineral than food at this point. There, it is a box of desiccated macaroni wheels now.
But yeah, that was part of the reason that Tucker picked that stuff up. So
I figured it was for the daycare area.
yeah. And for Puppy too. Kind of both.
Also on the lines of inventory management, you had mentioned you wanted to show Ryder the amethyst fractal shoal thing.
That
Oh
is
yeah,
an
that's
interaction
never.
that could happen today.
I don't think Tucker's ever like brought that up. I don't think Ryder knows that exists, if I recall.
They do not.
Let's see. What was the? I need for a little prompting. What was the times that Ryder used hypnosis recently? Or at all?
Just for Puppy, that worked successfully. Other
Right.
times it never works.
Yeah, that's right. So that one time with Puppy is what's going to introduce the idea for Tucker. We can have an interaction whenever works for you guys. When Ryde is awake, ideally. I guess Tucker woke up second then, huh? All right.
Correct. Tucker will wake up not too long after Brooke will have gone down to the kitchen and found a snack. Brooke will have found a breakfast muffin or something.
Well, Tucker sleeps an average amount in. Nothing. I mean, they did all stay up a little bit late, but he also slept relatively okay before that. So he's a little bit tired, but nothing too major. Just a little sleepy. He might look for coffee. Do we have coffee at the base?
Brooke is sitting at the meeting table eating a bag of seaweed chips. Yes, actually. You
Tucker-
aren't sure how they
Okay.
got to Savantown, but you have a bag of seaweed chips.
That is a completely logical stack for this universe, honestly. Seaweed is pretty easy to turn into a chip. Or just dry out and be nice and edible. Seaweed's good when it's dried out. Also, Tucker will sleepily pop out of his room, his nose going up immediately before he's fully awake, because they're eating seaweed chips and they're pretty aromatic. Seaweed. So he's gonna sit next to you and look at you.
Oh no. Puppy stare. Looks down at Tucker and eats another chip.
Tucker, still waking up, slowly just lazily tilts his head and keeps sniffing.
Squirtle will come out of Brooke's office/room. They will sit on the other side of Brooke and also look at them. Want one? He holds one out to Tucker's. I have to specify because that was written before Squirtle came out.
This finally perks Tucker a little bit out of his sleepiness. Ears popping up as he quickly, though delicately, juts forward and undoes a munch. Grabbing and nomphing. Thanks.
It is rather salty.
It's good. If I recall, it's a pretty healthy snack, too. They're super salty, but, like, I think they're full of, like, antioxidants and shit.
Yep. They are a health snack. I really should try them. I've been avoiding them mainly on the premise I can't really find them easily, and also because it is seaweed and therefore a plant. But also potatoes are plant.
You can usually... Oh, do you not like plants?
I'm not a huge vegetable person.
That's fair. You can usually, in the import aisle in most grocery stores, you can usually just find little bags of seaweed strips, and they're nice. They're You don't get a whole lot, but like just once you used it and just enjoying it, just savoring it, it goes a long way. So they last a little bit.
Brooke will give the bag to Squirtle. When everyone's awake, I was thinking we'd head to the spa and get Ryder familiar with the facilities.
Tucker sort of nods at that and thinks for a second.
Sounds kind of nice, but I don't think I'll be able to go. I kind of need to meet up with Rise.
Which, by the way, Squirtle signs a thank you with one hand, and then begins digging into the bag to find the biggest chips first and consume them.
Imported from Sea Spray. That is a logical place for those chips to come from, yes.
By a psychic type that uses teleport. That is not how it works.
Just teleport seaweed out of the water? Is that what you're thinking? It's not that simple, sadly.
Well, no, I'm sure they mean teleport.
Underwater?
Well, they mean, like, teleport the product.
Oh, fair.
Again, not really how it works. Why not? Because, one, that's too easy. Two, why would a psychic type waste time teleporting products one at a time? If they aren't actually in the delivery business, most psychic types have better things to do.
Yeah. Also,
Like, you could have a psychic type do a delivery business, but they could only do the teleport trick to places they've been.
Actually, create a seaweed farm would make more sense and actually be more efficient anyways.
If you're sure. You can join us later if you want. I'll give you a ticket, Rick says, digging in his bag. And he gives Squirtle a thumbs up.
Tucker gives a nod and looks appreciative.
I may have a little time to come by after the talk. I don't know. It seems like it might be kind of serious. We're gonna talk about my vision, I think.
Side note, did Tucker leave the door open?
Oh, his bedroom door?
Yeah.
No, he would have closed it because that was brought up the day before. About keeping doors closed, because puppy.
Okay. I didn't know if Tucker would remember being,
Well,
just
that's
awake.
Give me say odds or even.
Odds.
If it's odds, then he did forget. Okay, even. He remembered.
Okay.
Well, I guess you could say you're not at odds with that.
Oh, gosh. Hope we can help you out then, Brooke says, putting a spa ticket in Tucker's bag for him. I don't think there's a physical item for that at the moment.
That's fine.
It's fine. I know y'all have enough spa tickets. Yep, it's just text in your description, because it's one of those items that just doesn't take up space.
That's fair.
It's a stackable item. It doesn't pick up.
I have forgotten what the smelly pouch is.
I forgot too.
It's repel, right? It's basically repel, but I thought we burnt that.
Oh, right. It's one of the repel things, isn't it?
Is it from the Snow Village that we got? Or
Oh no. That was from Lilligan. It was an aromatic pouch.
Ah. Oh, that might be randomly relevant later.
Right. I forgot. That was forever ago.
I wonder if that'll have any purpose in the future, given the Lilligan situation.
And also all the empty jars.
Gotta collect those.
Right. Right then. Well, as Brooke and Tucker are finishing up their morning snack, because I don't think seaweed chips is breakfast,
They are not.
no matter how healthy they are for you,
They're very minor amounts of food. They're good, though.
Ralph will have reached HQ. I somehow imagined Ralph would make a bombastic entrance for some reason. And wake everyone up.
I bet he would if he had it AFK'd.
Oh, did I not hear that he had to go?
Oh, he said nothing. I'm just predicting. I read people. I think he's AFK.
Ah, that's fine.
Could say Ryder woke up at this time.
That is also fine. Though Ryda is probably still groggy from staying up way too late.
Yes.
Actually, where is Puppy right now? Forgot.
In Tucker's room.
Yeah, okay. Oh. That's right. That's right. Oh, and then in that case, Tucker probably brought Puppy out with him then.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Sleepy or not, he would instinctually remember Puppy as a, as his charge, effectively.
Did you share your seaweed chip with Puppy?
Yes, it would be shared. Tucker would probably have munched part of it, and then taken the part he hadn't munched and letting it drop for Puppy.
Good. However, Puppy is now sniffing towards Squirtle, who has the bag.
Uh-oh.
Squirtle eventually notices, looks at Puppy, and slowly eats another chip. Feeling a little under the weather suddenly. I'm hoping it's not lunch's fault, but I might be muted for a bit longer. That is okay, Kyrio.
That's fair, Kyrio. I'm sorry to hear that.
Indeed.
I hope the restaurant was a place you've been to before. If it's an unknown restaurant, then that might indeed be part of it, but... Always a risk trying a place for the first time. That's how you branch out, but you never know.
Well, I hope you feel better swiftly.
Ah, yeah, new
it
place.
was a new place. Yeah. Even if it's not necessarily, like, a bad place, going to a new place, it can mess with your body.
Yeah, I mean, everything has bacteria, so you may just not be used to the balance that a particular place has, in their food.
In any case, for the moment, you can say Ryda finally woke up. Where did Ryda sleep? Oh, right, Ryda slept
They were
in
in
a
the
tent.
tent.
Outside with, which also means that, I guess, Liar might be asleep still or not. Actually, I'm gonna assume Liar woke up first, honestly.
Oh, Liar was up when the sun was up.
Yeah, figured.
Liar was probably up when you all were going to bed.
What was Liar? Did Liar just vibe outside, or did they do something?
They just vibed around the base.
Doom dice
Alright.
determine vibes. Okay. Interesting.
Liar didn't feel the need to try and poke their head inside or anything. They just sort of wandered around near the base, stuck close to the garden.
This is fair.
Ryder will get up from the tent and stand outside, stretch a bit, look around for where Liar is, if they see him.
Liar is currently humming to themselves. They're looking at the berry trees.
Ryder will give a little wave, walking over to him, just to make sure they're alright, and then once confirmation, heading into the base.
Yep, Liar seems fine. You head inside. There's no one downstairs at the moment. It's still relatively early.
Do I hear anyone?
Yes, you hear discussion upstairs.
And chip munching.
Yes, the seaweed chips are loud.
In that case, Ryder will.
Is Tubby with us?
Yo.
Hey, Tubby.
Okay.
Did you have a little AFK? Because we were asking about you earlier.
Oh, sorry. I thought I went quickly, but since it was on you guys, I went and used the restroom right quick.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. If you need to, you need to, right?
Oh, that is more than okay.
Yeah.
I was just unaware.
Yeah, I didn't say anything because it's like, oh, it's on them for a bit. I'm gonna quickly zip over. But yeah, I've been back for a little while, just listening.
Fair.
I just managed to
scene.
catch you during the brief moment you were gone.
Yeah, so Carr said you reached the base about when everybody's waking up, so.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah,
Ralph is gonna see Ryda entering the base.
Yeah, I'll follow behind.
Just touch the door and right inside. Old school video game logic.
I heard that pop too. Pop.
Well, I was thinking like I don't know, like that maybe I barely fit through the door.
I figured you were just chewing bubble gum or something.
I mean, I feel like you guys made the door so that it would fit for larger Pokemon.
Yeah, partially in anticipation for my evolution.
For Ralph and
Yeah. potentially
potentially Brooke, because I know Snorlax
Yeah.
and Feraligatr are both pretty big.
Yeah, and there's probably made bigger than you are currently, Ralph, because I mean you ended up being a bit of
I'm
a different
little
Snorlax,
bit
so
of a smaller Snorlax. Yes.
it was probably assumed you'd be a big normal size. So that door is probably
Big
sizable.
chunker. Yeah, big chunker.
Big round hobbit hole door.
Oh, but imagine door perfectly shaped like a Snorlax.
I will know.
Cartoonishly. Oh, anywho, yeah, I head in and I probably go upstairs because that's where the meeting table is.
You go upstairs and you see everyone there. Does Feraligatr have like a foot on Snorlax? That doesn't surprise me, honestly. But you do find that Squirtle and Puppy are about as well, and Squirtle is currently trying to withhold seaweed chips from Puppy, who is trying to get away from Tucker to chase seaweed chips because they smell tasty.
I nod, give the pup the thumbs up, and I give the squirrel a thumbs up. You keep it up. And I'm gonna like take a seat at the chair. Yeah. So, what are our plans for today, gang? That go through?
It did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe we were doing the polite wait for Kyrio to type thing.
Ah, yes.
I'd say Ryder would just walk into the room, sit down, and sort of just slump there, listening to the conversation.
Still tired.
Aww. Squirtle notices Ryda. Goes over to Ryda because Puppy is still currently contained, since I assume Puppy is in Tucker's harness bag thingy.
Yes.
And they offer a seaweed chip.
Ryder looks at Squirtle, and then at the chip, extends their hand to receive it, and just, thank you. Even more monotone than usual.
Squirtle beams and gives Ryda one of the big seaweed chips that's left.
Ryder will just slowly nibble on it.
Squirtle looks happy. Squirtle thinks they've made a friend.
Adorable.
Then realizing what they've done, they go over and they provide Puppy with another seaweed chip. So there is very loud crunching noises. Hey, Ralph. Tucker's got a meeting with Rise. The three of us are gonna have a day off at the spa. Especially you, Brooke says, looking at Ryda.
Ah, that sounds awesome. I look over to Ryder. Oh, you don't look like you slept a wink. You're not gonna be like our last guy who never slept, right? I mean, you gotta sleep. It's like one person who never slept, decided that, they were gonna retire from adventuring, and then we get a new guy a girl or Mon, and now you're deciding that you also don't want to sleep. Is it like a curse of the fourth slot that like you don't want to sleep?
The sound of a door slowly creaking open. Riley's eyes squinting through the crack at Ralph. I can hear you, you know.
I wave, and then I go, "Oh, I'm waving." By the way, if he still has the blind play.
Door shuts. Muffled, grumbling Lucario noises.
We go way back. I nod.
We had a stakeout last night, and somebody tried to pull a double shift, Rook says, crossing his arms. You really shouldn't overextend yourself.
Oh, and now all I can think about is steak.
Perhaps. Though I will not say I regret it.
And now Ralph is thinking, do you think we could take on a wild Tauros? Yeah. We take on a wild Tauros, bring him back, have Horn Dog cook him up. Yeah, I thought that could work.
Somewhere in one of the basement rooms, Hot Dog has awakened. Their ears are burning.
Right, I will
Use them as a flame rotisserie to like rotate the Tauros around. Because you said steak out, now Ralph's just thinking about steak.
Ryder will slowly levitate the rest of their chip and just shove it into Ralph's mouth so he stops talking.
I'm glad we didn't bring him to the stakeout. He would have just brought a barbecue grill and been confused.
Where's your steak? Where's the beef?
I mean, that would have been a very Ralph solution to the problem. Like, in retrospect, that would have been a very interesting way to catch the thief.
Having a steak grill up.
Oh, gosh.
After the spa, I think we'll just prep for our trip back to Sea Spray. Assuming nothing else comes up, Brooke says.
Tucker
Very well
nods
done.
to that.
Sorry, you were saying, Hydra?
Oh, I just said very well done.
Okay. You both spoke at once. So
Yes, my impeccable skill of always managing to speak up the exact moment the silence actually is broken.
It's okay. It happens. That said, when your morning meeting concludes, are the three of you who are going to the spa just going to go directly to the spa?
I'd say so for now. Might do something afterwards.
Well, I figured that, but I figured I would do at least the introductory spa thing, especially for Rita.
I forget, was Lyra even told about the spa?
I believe the spa was mentioned around Lyre multiple times.
Okay.
But I figured I would do that introductory spa thing, and then I would move over to Tucker talking to Rise.
That's fair. I am okay with that.
Well, Brooke types, I'm going to take this moment to get a bottle of water.
I want to move Laurentis to the Pokedex thing. There we go.
Yeah, the only other thing I want to do with Friday is go talk to Blaze about the site.
About the what?
The scythe.
Oh. I don't remember what the scythe is.
Ryda intends to create a scythe.
Oh, right. Wants to make a weapon. With the Dragon Eater stuff. Right?
Yeah, so it'll be a poisonous scythe.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh,
Ryda wants to
that's
make a
why
weapon.
I was asked to... Okay, I see now. I didn't correlate two things, but now I understand.
Oh, right. Right. Ryda needs to talk to Blaze. And
Yeah.
possibly Brooke about that. Right. There's so many moving parts. Also, welcome, new person. Right then. So, is Tucker taking Puppy with him for the talk?
No. I think he's
Okay.
going to leave in the care of Lizard or whoever is awake in the base right now.
Got it. Puppy
And that's
is
when
going to be...
That's when he'd bring up the fact that that's also when he'd leave the stuff for the daycare and explain to whoever he's talking to about trying to get Puppy to be creative.
This is how Hot Dog gets settled. You know what? I'm fine with that. Hot Dog has to deal with it.
Nice. Yeah, I also just now noticed that we all have party hats on in the
Yes.
profile pictures.
Beerus is wonderful that way. I'm going to move Squirtle and Puppy. Well, I'm going to move Puppy out of the way. Put them on the base.
I was gonna say, put him in the middle of the ocean. That's perfect, right in the middle of the torrential sea. I like you just casually drop them on the waves.
I had to do a midway point. So that...
I'm just gonna make fun of it. That's all.
Right. So Ralph, Brooke, Liar, and Ryda are going to the spa, and we will get to Tucker getting to chat with Rise this morning.
Okay.
Hopefully things don't go forever.
Actually, where did you put Puppy? I lost track.
They're on the upper floor.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, fair. Oh yeah, and everybody, there is a new thing because I know somebody's gonna comment on it if I don't mention it. There's a new thing in the lower right left corner. Don't look at it, you're not allowed to. It's only for DM. I like how the DM's the only one that tried to look at it. I'm like, no, it's only for you. Don't do that.
It's fine. It got noticed earlier while you weren't here and we were sitting on the table.
Fair.
And
Yeah,
I
do a
did
little-
mention how you were a very sweet person and made that today.
You're welcome. I was doing a bunch of things. It was easy enough to just do that too.
Well, I appreciate that and the other stuff you did today. You didn't have to do it today. One day I will figure out the very simple process of making cards, because I know it's simple. I just need to get into it.
It's not too tricky with the template I made. You can just swap things out for the most part.
What words? Noises. Sorry. What I was trying to say is, it all looks very simple. It's just a matter of me getting the correct colors.
And the fonts. I have to tell you which fonts I use for that, so you can download the same fonts and that's what loads correctly. It probably won't load right without those, so just FYI.
Really? I could see the text just fine.
Oh, was it all the correct text? Oh, maybe you just have the right fonts then.
Yep.
Okay.
I think GIMP just has them automatically.
Oh, no. You gotta install them manually, but you might just happen to have the same ones as me, so that's good.
I might? I've never downloaded fonts. I digress.
Fair.
Distraction aside. So, the four of you head to the spa. It is early morning, so you all are treated to the sight of the Florges sisters performing a morning meeting among themselves in the main area. They appear to be gossiping about something, as they get quieter when you all enter. Miltank is, of course, behind the front desk, though Crocodile is not present at the moment. Roll the... I mean, you can. It would be Insight Survival Alert.
Random, possibly related question. Who here actually was told... I think almost everybody's informed, but I just want to double check. About Lilligant being gone.
We talked about it last session.
Yeah, we did, as a group, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the entire team except Ralph knows. Ralph was not present for the night meeting.
That's true.
She was missing when we were here before, though, wasn't she?
Only once we came back to town this time was she missing.
Yeah. She was around, I believe, but I don't know that she was mentioned last time.
Yeah. I know, and I believe it's like she's been gone for like a couple days, which is like not long enough to call an emergency, but long enough to be like, where'd she go? Sort of.
I believe Miltank and or Crocodile also mentioned that sometimes they would go off on like little jobs for the Forges sisters to do gathering stuff, but not normally terribly long.
Not that Brooke needs motivation to eavesdrop on the Forges sisters, but I suppose this topic would be another reason to.
Yeah, so Brooke, when you try to lean in and eavesdrop, the Forges sisters, who recognize you, they all look at you at the same time and then shuffle off down their side of the spa to continue their conversation.
Not very stealthy.
And yes, Brooke knows about it, but it hasn't considered it much of an issue yet. Which is kind of the right call right now.
Yeah.
Because, for all you know, Lilligant will suddenly turn up by the time you've returned. Well, good morning, everyone. Miltanks says with a smile once the Forges sisters are gone. She then yawns a bit and apologizes before taking a sip of her coffee from her mug. It smells very sweet, almost like she put a ton of creamer in it.
Ryder will just give a friendly wave.
How's it going?
Oh, well enough, I suppose. Especially since you all arrived.
We make everything better, with no exceptions. Don't fact check that.
Ryder is too tired to fact check that.
Be a treatment for my new friend here, Brooke says, giving Ryder a firm pat on the back. Want to show him the best place to relax in town. He smiles. Miltank smiles back and nods. Well, I'd say you came to the right place. Now then, since you're new here... She picks up what is effectively a menu, since they now have one of those official little clipboard things that has a list of their treatments. How about you take a look at what we can do, And she presents it to Ryder. I actually think I have a list of the treatments. Hang on.
Nice.
Ooh.
Because I listed it with prices before. Where is it? Did I not?
What's your
I
mission?
thought I had.
What's your mission?
I thought I made like a little notepad thing with the prices and different types of spa treatments. I think I only did that for the sea spray stuff.
Ah, yeah, the stuff that is in your DM folders. I wouldn't have any help with that.
Yeah, no. I think I only did it for sea spray. I apologize. I was mistaken.
That's okay.
But the long and short of it is there's a variety of spa treatments that are available to you. There is a new mud bath option in addition to the milk bath option. There's a heated stones treatment. There's the regular spa bath option. And then there's the aromatic side of the menu that is entirely done by the Forges sisters with various perfumes and scented things to help soothe the soul.
Right, I would probably stick to something simple and plain. Not very much for the aromatic side or the special kind of bath stuff.
To the void and never be seen again. I think it just never existed, Neo. It has been years out of game since we've used the spa.
Jeez. Yeah, it kind of has.
Yeah. It's just that the spa is also expensive, and specifically it's able to help deal with primal points.
Yeah. It's why we didn't really want to use it unless we had to.
But you've all got a ticket, so...
Yep. We've got to go to dinner.
Actually, but I forgot. Yeah, actually, this is really beneficial for Rida then.
Correct. Rida will be able to take off a primal point.
Thank Arceus.
Yes.
That's why we're
you
here,
can pick
basically.
any spa treatment that you want. If you don't want the fancy things, then probably the easiest thing is the regular spa bath and/or the hot stone treatment.
Ryder would do a spa bath, just the regular spa bath.
I feel bad I forgot. The whole time I was just like, oh yeah, we gotta introduce Liar to this. It's like, oh yeah, also Ryder needs a kinda, I guess.
I am on the verge of insanity.
Kinda forgot, sorry.
Brooke will try to explain Liar the menu. Liar just sort of nods along a bit. They seem to kind of understand it, but the concept of a spa is foreign to them. So they're just nodding along like one of those people who's like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure it's fine.
They'll probably be up to Brooke to pick what would probably be most enjoyable for them then.
Of course, Miltank doesn't even bother presenting the menu to Ralph. She just smiles at him knowingly. Let me guess. You want another milk bath, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, absolutely. It's good for my fur and my skin and my soul.
How could I guess? Well, you know the way then. Hopefully,
Yeah, excellent.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I probably do. I'll make my way there.
We'll be right with you, Ralph. Well, let's try the mud bath. It's new, Brooke says, for Liar and himself. Oh? Well, I can't blame you for being adventurous. And don't worry, we have a way to clean you off afterward. No need to waste your own water on it. And with that, Miltank leads Liar and Brooke to the mud bath, which I've never been to a spa. I just know it looks kind of funky. But, like,
mud baths are
works.
usually handled with like fine clays and stuff. They're like really clean. So while it is a mud, it's a very smooth mud from like.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
I've never done a
It
mud
is-
bath. I know a little bit about it.
specifically treated, so Yes, Burke relinquishes his tickets for this.
Oh, wow. What I didn't know is that they're usually heated to about 100 to 102 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty warm.
Yep.
So they're pretty warm.
Well, because otherwise it would all be a little too solid.
Yeah, probably.
But Lyre will follow along. They are hesitant to get into the mud bath and require coaxing. It's a good thing Brooke is the leader. But Ryda, for your part, you are brought to a regular spa bath of a decent size, full of heated water. It smells a bit off for regular water, but it's probably part of the spa treatment.
Well, without any question, Ryder will do whatever they need to before getting in, and then just get inside and just slump down, relax.
Miltank will leave a folded towel for Ryda when they are done. Brooke. It's okay. All you have to do is get in and relax. Let all the stress out, Brooke says, leading by example. Lyre looks incredulous, mainly because Brooke has scales and is a water type. But they hesitantly, slowly, step in anyway, and then slide almost all the way in and manage to dunk their face in the mud. They lift their head, mud slowly sliding off. It's hard to tell if they're displeased. Well, keep your head up, of course, Brooke says with a laugh. And Ralph, you are personally tended to with a fresh milk bath.
Beautiful. This is it.
A sigh of relief. Yes, this is luxury.
The lap of luxury. Or the lack of luxury.
Ha! I get it. It's still a bad joke, but I have to laugh. It's better than a lot of the ones I've heard lately.
Oh, that's what I'm here for.
You're here for more than that.
Of
You're just
course.
exceptionally good at this.
Yeah.
That said, you all will have a very relaxing experience. Has Ryda taken off a primal point yet?
I did not yet.
Take off a primal point.
Yay!
Do it!
Don't you let me forget that. It'll sit there for ages, and we'll be like 10 sessions later, and someone will say, "Hey, did Ryda ever get rid of that primal point?" And I'll look over and be like, "No, they didn't."
Also, I looked it up. Mud baths are good for both skin and fur as well. Dogs can also be given mud baths to benefit from both their skin and their fur. So,
Oh, excellent.
I figured I'd look that up because I was curious.
Right then. We need to use something. Is it in events 1 or 2?
Oh, the hell? Oh, you could change pages for me. I let you do that, apparently. I forgot I did.
There it is. Event 255, because we need Tucker's theme, I think.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Because Tucker's on a solo adventure.
It's been a while since I played this one. This was actually written by SolusOwl specifically for Tucker.
Jazzy.
It's a nice song. Also, I think it kind of fits Rise as well, oddly enough, so...
It's appropriate. And I can actually turn it up a little.
Yeah, it's kind of a quieter one, actually. Yeah, I hear... I think it's okay. I'll mute if they get loud. Start
Yeah,
talking.
it's fine. It's only occasional.
Oh, am I hot micing again?
A little.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, shoot.
It's okay.
Yeah, I need to, like, talk every now and again so that the field of sensitivity doesn't expand.
Oh, if you go quiet, that's why that happens. You go quiet, and then it's like, well, we don't hear
And
anything. We gotta turn it up for the background noise.
Discord slowly increases sensitivity.
You can turn that off, of course, you know, right?
Yeah, according to
Yeah.
Kyrio and Hydra, that is something that can be turned off.
Yeah.
I thought the only way to turn it off was push to talk, but I guess not.
Apparently, when you change pages, it stopped looping the song. Let me fix that. All right, there we go.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, I don't know why it stopped looping the song, but all right.
Right. Then.
Stop it.
Tucker.
Yes.
There we are. I went to push the talk.
Okie doke.
Thank you.
You make your way over to Rise's house. Somewhere you haven't really been to often of late. And if memory serves, early on you were there very often. After all, they originally housed Team Cheer for a little while.
Not only that, but Tucker was also in need of more support, honestly, back then. Being in a new world and all. So, sleepovers and just hanging out with somebody that did know the world and actually empathize with him a lot was very helpful.
So do you knock on the door? Do you just try to go in?
Sorry.
Or-
Yes, Tucker will knock.
Okay.
Polite.
It'll take a bit, but Rise will answer the door. They look tired, of course, but you know them. They're not particularly a morning feline. Good morning.
Morning, Rice.
Tucker kind of gives a small smile, but there's a little bit of stress behind it. He's happy to see Rise, that's obvious, but they have a bit to talk about, and he shows it on his face.
Well, you know I won't keep you outside. He manages a smile and steps aside, letting Tucker in.
Tucker wigs a little bit and does indeed enter. It has been quite a while. Geez, how many months has it been since he's been in here? It's kind of nice to be back, actually. Familiar surroundings.
Rise sort of, after shutting the door, slowly steps around, and they start getting breakfast ready. It's a familiar feeling, almost like deja vu. Same movements, same food, same sounds.
Tucker naturally takes a seat at the table.
Thank you.
He says in advance. He wasn't actually planning on asking Rise to make breakfast.
Well, what kind of host am I if I don't offer you something? Besides, you're so stressed you're practically shaking.
Tucker lets out a little bit of a sigh.
Well, I guess we've been through a lot, and... well, the vision thing. It does scare me a little bit.
It's concerning. But it's nothing to be too worried over. Rise sighs and leaves whatever it is he's cooking to cook. Slipping over to you by the table. I assume you've already found a seat.
Yeah.
Let me get a look at them.
Tucker nods and just holds his head still and lets Rise tilt it around as needed.
Rise tilts his head this way and that, getting a look at Tucker's face and eyes particularly, gently using one soft paw to tilt Tucker's head a little bit if he needs it, before leaning back to a more comfortable distance. You'll be fine. But you shouldn't overextend yourself that much.
Tucker thinks for a second.
Yeah, I'm bad at that sometimes. Just, I want to help so much, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm not as useful to the team as I should be.
Tucker's defense, we were running for the goblins. It's true.
It's true.
It's true, and y'all haven't told Rise that, which might be a good thing. But again, a gentle paw comes to rest upon your head. And he rubs a few times. It's okay. I know what it's like to feel like you're not contributing as much. You just need to learn that you're as valuable as everyone else on that team.
Tucker does seem to feel a little bit better of the head pats.
I know I am. It's just hard sometimes, and... well, these weird abilities.
I can't remember if Tucker ever talked about connection with Rise.
Good question. I know that Tiber is aware, and to some extent Pangoro is aware. I feel like Rise would know, if not directly, then by proxy.
Tucker will detail his abilities with connection, his empathy, his sympathy, how he's used them. He'll go over examples like with Mismagius and Vespiquen and other situations where he's used those abilities. He'll express that to Rise, and he'll explain how the abilities could be very strong, but those links can be very painful to him.
Rise listens. Eventually, while you're explaining, he does need to step away, but his ears are always tilted towards you, listening, even when he has to deal with the food and bring it over. A modest breakfast, but again, a familiar breakfast. Guess I wasn't wrong about you. You really are a sweet puppy.
Tucker kind of blushes at that.
You really shouldn't let that hurt you. But if I know you, the kind of puppy that you are, it'll happen. But it's encouraging me. You know to get back up.
Tucker seems unsure about parts of himself, but when Rise says that, he does nod.
That's one thing I've gotten better about. Even if I don't always know what I'm getting up to, I'll still do it.
Tucker actually takes a moment and realizes something.
Actually, my eye thing, how do you know about it? You seem familiar with it.
While Tucker asks that, Rise opens his mouth a little, then shuts it, considering something. Looking at Tucker with tired eyes. I've been through a lot. But that's not the answer you're looking for, is it?
Tucker kind of bends his ears. It's not that he wouldn't care to hear about that story too, if it helps. He does want to help. After all, that's the sort of puppy he is. But he does kind of nod.
Well, it happened much more often. Back when the three of us were knights. When I was still learning. I'm going to take a guess and say that this happened when you were using Shadow Sneak.
Tucker nods and takes a moment to explain how... Well, I don't know if the Shadow Sneak got almost interrupted or completely interrupted by... It was evaded at the very least.
That world, the world of Shadow, it's not just your own personal little tunnel. You need to be careful. Other things can lurk there. Dangerous things. And sometimes, when we push ourselves too hard or too far, as dark types, we're more susceptible to it. That realm in Shadow. That's something I learned from my Night Master. Funny thing is, it's a ghost type move. It's not something you or I would normally learn. And yet, it sinks into shadows. It may simply be that ghosts are immune to the alternative effects. But after our stint in the Mist Continent, it didn't really happen as much. Sure, it sucked, kind of, to not be able to see during the day, but it was useful. And as I got better, it happened less. Here, it's only happened twice.
Tucker nods, listening to this and taking it in.
There was that time I had it happen to one eye and it did get better. I wasn't sure if it would get better again, now that it's affected both of my eyes, but it's good to know that it will recover. When you say it's useful... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. He takes a moment to think, just for the other night, as well as just what he's seen before for a while now.
When you say it's useful, I've noticed that I can, well, sense life with this vision, and make it out in the differences between some life and others, though I don't always understand what that means. The Lorantis that we caught stealing from the orchard last night, he had a weird aura. I don't know what it means.
Rise looks a bit surprised at the Lorantis thing. They were clearly unaware that, you know, the perpetrator got caught. That was just last night.
Yeah, Tucker explains it in sort of a casual way. Not really humble bragging, but in a, yeah, so we also did this.
Yeah, just that moment of letting slip that, yeah, this happened. It's like, oh, okay.
All day's work, you know.
He blinks a bit, looking slightly less tired. Well, from what I learned, it's something that some Pokemon can just do. I learned from Tiber it's similar to how Aura Sight works. But Aura functions on power, energy. This is life force. Did this Lurantis look like they were dim? Flickering, maybe.
Tucker nods to that.
Tilts his head
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, he tilts his head to think about it. Weak. That would be a good way to put it.
Tucker definitely nods to that.
Most people have a pretty big glow. It's helped me find my way around a little easier of how weird this vision is. I can just keep an eye on my teammates with it, but Lurantis was definitely dim, even at night, like it was.
Just look like how LaCroix tastes.
I didn't expect a random dig against LaCroix, but okay.
See, we have that at my store. I've never had it, but I've always heard that it just tastes meh.
Isn't that sparkly water, if I recall right?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'd rather go for a Perrier if I wanted some sparkly water. I think Perrier's not too bad. If I'm in the mood for that.
Oh, goodness. Well, that means that the Lurantis is, well, weak. And not like they're not strong physically, or combat speaking. It means that they're ill, or they're not well off. Maybe malnutrition? That would make sense. If they were stealing food from the orchard, it would give them a reason.
Tucker nods and expresses,
They definitely did it out of sight and didn't want to get into any trouble. When we caught them, they didn't want to fight or anything, so that sounds about right.
Rise nods their head. I remember how Tiber looked. So I know what it looks like when something's life force fades.
out of character question. What does Tucker know about Rise and Tiber? It's been a while. He was at the grave, remember? I think.
Yes.
So Tucker knows some stuff. I just can't remember the extent of it.
It's been a while. It's been a while for a good reason.
It has.
Mostly because it's been resolved. But
yeah.
Tucker and the rest of Team Cheer, including Ryda, as much as is possible, because I know some of it Ryda wasn't able to scry on, knows that Rise ended up having to kill Tiber.
Yeah, I was wondering if that... I can't remember if that detail was known to Tucker. I can't... I couldn't remember.
Also was not an easy decision. And it's kind of something that Rise has been carrying around for a very long time.
Pangoro told us. Okay.
Yeah, Pangoro told y'all.
Yeah, I knew that it wasn't told. Rise didn't tell anybody directly this. I'm pretty sure. So makes sense it came that way.
Yep.
Tucker then kind of looks down, and when Tiber is brought up, because yeah, his ears droop, and it's clearly a topic that makes him sad to hear about, even if he never, well, knew Tiber in life, I guess we'll put it that way.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make things so heavy.
It's alright.
I've had a lot to think about of late. It's so... Rise makes a face and looks away. It's strange. Knowing he's here.
Tucker kind of looks towards the direction of HQ as that's being said.
We talk. Sometimes. But it's been strained. I think both of us aren't sure how to talk to each other. There are things I'm not sure how to say to him. And I think there are things he's not sure how to say to me. Looking back at Tucker, Rise gives a sort of sad smile. It's okay. It will be okay. I can promise you that.
Tucker stayed very quiet during the discussion about Tiber. It's very clear that he's not really in the position to really be able to comment on that or really be able to offer perspective on something as unique as that. Even if he had some amount of perspective, it probably wouldn't be enough to help. But as Rise attempts to comfort him about his vision, he actually just quietly gets up from the table, goes around the other side, and just gives Rise a nuzzle.
You'll be okay too, okay? Let's both be okay.
Well, you're definitely going to be okay. As long as you stop straining yourself. He smiles and bumps his head against Tucker's. No. Is there anything else I can do for you while you're here temporarily? He gestures around with his tail, sort of meaning the whole of Savantown.
Tucker thinks for a second, and I realized something. Tucker will actually invite Rise to briefly come over. Well, no, actually, the HQ is kind of awkward. Tucker will... I don't believe Rise has ever seen him wear the Victorian outfit, right? Because that was kind of a newer one.
No.
All right, he's gonna dress up, because that'll cheer both of them up.
Oh.
And also, he wants to show off the fact that he extended his wardrobe. That seems like a good way of lightening the mood at this point. Plus, it has a story attached to it because it's going to be given by the seamstress after all.
All right. Sorry for my pause there. I had to think, wait, does Rise know about Puppy? And it's like, no, there's no way Rise doesn't know about Puppy.
Puppy has to be... I mean, Puppy has a bit of a presence at this point, I'm pretty sure.
But as you were doing the whole showing off outfits to Rise, which Rise does help you put on the outfit.
I think it might be the first time Tucker put on the Victorian outfit, actually.
Yes, Kyrio is right. Rise told you to find a godparent. Rise was very serious about that. I had to think about it for a minute, because it's like, Rise knows about Puppy. There's no way he doesn't. Is there any reason he wouldn't? So
Yeah.
Just reminding myself.
And Tucker, I mean, admittedly, I did forget that bit, but Tucker will take that seriously, and the sea spray stuff kind of takes priority right now, but once things settle down for that, I mean, that's the case of literally trying to help a Pokemon mentally recover, so that's priority one, honestly, for Tucker's mind right now. Not that Puppy is a priority, just, you know.
So, Have you thought of any other names for that puppy? Puppy?
Tucker thinks about it for a bit and goes,
I feel like they can tell us when they're old enough to say.
Well, certainly a better parent than me, I suppose. Rise chuckles. He looks up towards the upper level. Noibat hasn't really left the house since you all got back.
Tucker thinks about that for a moment.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, honestly. He didn't take the challenge of the mirrors too well.
He what?
Tucker stammers for a second.
Well, yeah, he and Rita both tried it when we were last there. When I shadow snuck, I ended up there, because I was following Riley.
He didn't tell me that's what happened.
Tucker kind of droops his ears.
Yeah. I don't know the details, but, well, it didn't work out for him.
I wish he would have talked to me. There's nothing for it. I can't force him to.
Tucker kind of takes a moment to think and then expresses,
he really wants to get stronger. And I think the reason he didn't talk to you is because he does care about you. But he wants to be somebody worth depending on. So that's why he probably doesn't want to talk after that happened.
I wish that he would understand that it's okay. Noibat is just a kid. He should be relying on me. I know I have to work. I know he works for the pioneers too. Everyone works in this town. But he should be a child. I'm not worried too much, am I? I'm trying not to be overbearing. I'm just not very good at this, I don't think.
Tucker kind of smiles a little awkwardly.
Well, I mean, I'm a kid too, when you think about it, and I think I've had to grow up a little bit faster than I wanted to in some ways, but it's been nice being the team and such, but I think Noibat wants to be treated less like a kid. And, well, he's not that strong, but he sure is useful sometimes. Even if he doesn't think he is. He really helped out when we were out in the Dragon Realm. I mean, he got us in there in the first place, the first time.
I'm glad that he was able to be helpful. And sometimes that's all it takes. You don't have to be strong to be able to help. I think that's something that Kingoro, Tiber, and I needed to learn.
I think Noibat needs to learn that too. And maybe it's a harder lesson because he's a dragon. Maybe that's something they focus on easily.
I suppose. It would help if there were other dragon types here. Well, maybe not. They seem to think that a lot of dragons are jerks. He gives a wry smile as he looks up at the law. Well, for now, I'll stop worrying. I'll let him tell me what happened when he wants to. After all, every good parent is there when their child falls down. Somehow. Even if it's just in spirit.
Tucker nods to that. With Noibat, I think being the best parent you can be means also giving him some space and independence too, though. It's in your nature to care.
He kind of wags his tail.
I can see that, and I really appreciate it, what you've given me because of that. But Noibat, he might want more space than that.
I'll try. I'll try.
Tucker gives another snug alongside Rise's side.
So go ahead and give me an insight instinct roll.
Okay.
Kamal counts 2, but they live too far away. Kamal is too noisy, even if he is a nice dragon.
He is nice. 2. Sure.
You get the feeling that Rise is not telling you everything, even though they're being honest with you.
That's not exactly a new feeling for Tucker with Rise.
It's not
Cats
a new
be
feeling
cats.
with anyone around Rise.
Cats do be cats, after all. Tucker won't push it. Even if he could sense more, he wouldn't probably push it.
Oh, do you know when you're leaving? I heard Luxray is in town.
Tucker nods, thinking for a second. I haven't seen him this morning, but I imagine he's around the HQ, if you want to go talk to him. We should be leaving...
Let's see, was the plan to leave right after the spa or the next day? I can't remember how long. Tomorrow, okay.
Yeah, I was going to assume the next day.
Yeah, I was going to assume.
We should be leaving tomorrow. I think everybody's having some time at the spa right now.
Oh. Am I keeping you from that?
Tucker smiles quite genuinely.
Not really. I'll spend a little time there, but this was more important to me.
Oh. I said it before. But you are a sweet puppy. Another head bump from Rise.
And a little yip from Tucker.
Loopy. Aww.
Loopy.
Cute. And Tucker. He inhales deeply as he gets up to finally deal with the dishes from breakfast. If there are no other options, I suppose I could be Puppy's grandparent. Godparent! Correcting himself immediately.
Oh.
Tucker does actually seem a little genuinely surprised by that, though not put off.
I was hoping to figure out what to do about Puppy once we are back from Sea Spray. It is really important that we take care of Shaman if possible. We were kind of responsible for their state, after all. But after that, I was going to focus on Puppy and seeing if I could find someone. But
That's a good plan. If you can't find anyone, I can try.
Tucker nods. You'll definitely be an option to me then. Definitely.
He very much clearly trusts Rise in that decision, if it comes to that.
I'm sorry, you probably didn't hear that, did you?
What? No, I did not.
Rise puts on something of a concerned face, going, "And can you please not tell anyone I said grandparent about myself? Not that old, am I?"
Tucker kind of chuckles and kind of playfully mentions,
Yeah, I'd call you more a mommy than a grandmommy, personally.
and he kind of blushes as he says that. Rise is cat years old, alright?
Rise has been cat years old for cat years. If you get any sweeter, you're going to give the El Creamy at the bakery a run for their money.
Tucker does a cute little giggle at that.
Now go on. He waves a paw dismissively. Don't let me keep you from the spot.
Alright. Have a good day, Rise, and... Well, good luck with everything, okay?
And you too. And remember, don't go straining yourself with those powers of yours.
Tucker nods.
I'm bad at making promises when I feel like I need to help people, but at least each time I do it, I learn my limits a little bit more. So, I'll try to respect them.
As a wise Pokemon once told me, every mistake and every failure is just a step forward, as long as we learn from it.
That's definitely what I want to do.
He kind of wags his tail and starts heading out.
As you head out and Rise is shutting the door. Now, what should I wear when I go to talk to Lux? I assume you go directly to the spa.
Well, after taking off the maid outfit.
After returning the maid outfit
Yes.
to wherever you would stow it.
Let's not put that in the spa. It probably would ruin the fabric. Top hat and nothing else. Oh, you forgot the you forgot the gentleman bow though. You gotta have the little gentleman bow.
No, it's going to be a small top hat, and it's going to be slightly off to the side at a nice jaunty angle.
Well, give it a Liepard's head shape. You could just put it on one ear and then have a perfect tilt.
Also, you act like and nothing else is saucy in a Pokemon world.
It is if you say it aloud like that. Context.
We are a safe stream and game, sir, and or madam, and or it.
Rise is the After Dark character, but we don't talk about that.
I mean, that's also true. I've made plenty of illusion.
Illusions are fine. How many public pieces of media properties have such characters? Like every single one?
Pretty much.
That was a nice talk. I like that. Oh,
Yes.
My heart, that entire interaction, just,
aw. I'm glad you appreciate it.
And we can go back to any of the 3 cheer HQs you feel like.
Okay, let's see.
I'm just doing standard right now. Mostly because the one I want
Excuse
is,
me.
like, missing for some reason.
Oh wait, which one?
The top one, number 5. It's fine. It's just that I can't select it.
5? That's Ceres Woods. Oh, is
sorry,
that the one you
6.
want? 6.
No,
Oh.
I meant 6. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's the one we were using before. That's it's sometimes you have to load the page. You have to just reload the page.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
But Tucker gets to the spa. And Miltank smiles and waves, greeting Tucker and letting them know where everyone is on their spa treatments. And asks if you would like to join any of them.
Well, Tucker hears about. So let's see, milk bath, bud bath. What was Ryda doing?
Just the regular sauna treatment. Or, like, yeah, the spa bath treatment thing.
Huh, that's actually a hard decision. You know what? I'll put it to a die. Ryda's 1-2. Brooks 3-4. Actually, no. I'm gonna put Ralph out of the equation because he's already done a milk bath with Ralph. So odds are Ryda, evens are Brooke and Lyre.
Looks like Ralph will have his wish after all, a milk bath that he can bathe in and drink.
Even.
I mean,
okay.
he was gonna drink it anyway.
Tucker did find that a bit weird last time. I'm pretty sure he bathed in it with Ralph, so he probably had dog. There was probably dog hair in it. It was like, you know, like, it's kind of weird, man.
He was a munchlax.
He didn't care.
Ew. Yeah, see, exactly.
Yeah, it was correct, but also Munchlax did not care.
Two of the worst things in the world are the combinations of words are wet dog. Like, it's not a good combination. That being said, mud is not exactly the same as getting wet. Oh, it kind of is, but...
So Tucker got to the mud bath?
Yes.
I think that's all y'all's spa tickets.
I think so, yeah.
Yep, no more spa tickets. Now it's just expensive spa.
Tucker is not entirely sure about what a med bath entails. He did get muddy once before in the course of the game, and he did not enjoy that. But that was like out in the cold rain mud stuff situation. So he assumes this is a bit different, which it is. And we'll go over and see what Lyre and Brooke, or how they are doing.
Till we save Lilligant again. I don't know if Lilligant's going to be able to give you more of those.
Assuming they need to be saved. You know what? Honestly, that'd be very subversive. How many RPGs go like, oh yeah, so like blah 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 hasn't been medically. I'm sure it's nothing though. You go on your quest, and then later it's like, oh, turns out something really bad happened to them. Foreshadowing we were doing foreshadowing. Imagine an RPG that just like brings up a possible side quest like as a problem, like, oh, this is gonna be a problem later, and then it just isn't. It just resolves itself. That would screw with the player. And
if you go on the side quest, it's just one of those things where you find the person and they're like, what are you doing? I'm totally fine.
That would be so subversive. I'd love to see RPGs like presenting a plot thread and then just like actually having it be okay, and it just has.
I've seen that at times. Not often, but I see it. Happens in more jokey RPGs. It does. I've seen some of it in serious RPGs before, but it's mostly as a sort of in-joke against that trope.
Yeah.
That said, you join the mud bath with Brooke and Lyre. Lyre is kind of completely coated in some form or another, and they are really not sure about this whole thing.
For the expression on Tucker's face when he enters, he's not either, but he was intrigued. Curiosity.
I mean, it's not like Lyre isn't relaxing, but they definitely have this sort of demeanor about them of, I don't want to do this again.
Hey, you guys. How's this mud bath thing?
Tucker kind of goes to the side. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Tucker just kind of goes to the side of the pool and kind of just plays a paw into the mud for starters as he tries to understand exactly how this works. He's probably heard of a mud bath before, but given his upbringing, spas weren't exactly in his, like, general vicinity.
As a side note, Liar may or may not have used camouflage to become ground type.
I think Liar is just going, I don't think I'm doing this right, says Merle.
Yeah, that'd be an accurate thought in their head.
Closest thing, with Tucker's upbringing, the closest thing to a mud bath would probably be like seeing all the grumpigs enjoy the mud. That would probably be with his ranch upbringing.
Oh, it's great. Really moisturizes the scales, you know? He slips down so only the top of his head and snout is visible. Ah, yes, doing the croc/gator thing.
Tucker kind of looks to the obviously enjoying it Brooke, to the sort of not sure what's going on Liar, and kind of does a shrug and kind of daintily steps in.
Well, it's a lot warmer and smoother than that mud I got stuck in my fur that one rainy trip we took. Seems more comfortable, at least,
He says as he kind of gradually climbs in.
I need not in Maya. Liar sighs, their head partially cocked to the side. They're just sort of pacing around the mud bath at the moment.
Well, I hope it's as good for fur as it is for scales.
Also, just to everybody in the chat wish me a happy birthday. I know I'm not responding to it, but it's been a constant stream of happy birthdays. I appreciate all of them. Thank you very much.
Burke says something, but it's muffled and just creates bubbles around his head.
Did they say there was cleanup services for the spa, for the mud bath?
Yes.
Okay.
They have a way for you all to clean up afterward.
Very good.
It's called a standing shower.
It's called a what?
A standing shower. You know, like they might have stalls of at a beach. The basic gist of what Brooke says that is bubbled through the bath is just relax, man.
Tucker kind of finds a slightly more shallow side of the pool, because if Brooke could submerge more or less standing, then he would probably drown. So in the wrong place. So though Tucker does slowly relax as he kind of gets used to. He does occasionally have a few instinctual urges to shake, though, because it's kind of weird to have the mud coat your fur. As he settles in, though, he does actually talk to Brooke, and Liar obviously can listen in too, about his conversation with Rise, and basically mostly saying,
So my eyes will get better over time, it seems. Just like before.
Burke will sit up and nod at Tucker as he explains. Well, that's good news. I guess we'll have to spare your use of Shadow Sneak too much in the future. Sounds like it could be dangerous to overuse.
Tucker nods and does relate how it's kind of a scary realm into itself, and that apparently... well, Tucker will express...
Yeah, apparently it's kind of still a dangerous place for non-ghost types. So, It's definitely a place I should only go into if I have to. Or if I don't spend very long there, at least.
Those types always creep me out anyway, Brooke says. Aww.
Aww.
Good thing that one ghastly that you found early on isn't here. They'd be so sad.
Aw. I'm thinking of the ghost, the history, though. The history of... Brooke's taking out a few, you know? So that's all I'm saying. The Miss Vegas was more... I mean, kind of that was Tucker's, in a way.
Brooke's ghost kill count 2, 3 if we count the Miss Magius. Well, Miss Magius was kind of all of yours, but I would have called that Ralph's kill because of what Ralph did to stop her.
Yeah, Ralph was the finishing blow, right? If I recall.
Ralph just bear hug Smoosh.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was like sad too, cause like it's like, damn, I understand, but I still gotta like stop you.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole team did that fight. Tucker did the emotional incapacitation, and Ralph did the finishing blow. That's more or less how I saw it.
And yes, Tucker still has the wedding dance.
He does.
I believe the intent was to get them made into earrings. Or something.
Yeah, that's true. I think there was some idea of, like, seeing if it could be... Were they just... Yeah, I think it was just earrings, right? Because fashion. I think... I don't recall if there was any intention to, like, try to for lack of a better word, enchant them. But, I think they were just meant to be accessories. Which... Honestly, probably... Yeah.
I believe Blaze was asked about this, and he said that the finer jewelry stuff is not necessarily his forte.
Yeah.
But that you might be able to find someone in Sea Spray who could do it.
That would make sense, yeah. I think that was the idea, to bring that there. You know, actually, I have a scene thought, so I'm going to express it. So, the mud bath is probably designed to have different layers of death for different Pokemon, but Tucker, probably being a quadruped, still has a little trouble with it, and it's not exactly fun to tread mud, so what he ends up doing is just kind of gravitating towards Brooke. And if Brooke is sprawling out, perhaps Tucker can do a belly perch. More or less just kind of flop it against Brooke to stay anchored a bit. Anchored is probably not the word I want to use, actually. That involves sinking.
So, since you two are solo, how long are Ralph and Rida planning on staying in their spa treatments?
Ryder would stay until they felt rejuvenated enough, and then get out, because they're not the type to just lounge around.
Brooke provides an island in the sea of mud. What about Ralph? Unless Tubby had to step in.
No, I'm here. Oh, Ralph will soak up the wonderful, relaxing milk until he feels like it's probably about time.
Just before the pruning sets in?
Yeah, like just before the pruning, when there's just a little bit of pruning, and he'll slurp it all up.
Alright. In which case, Rida and Ralph are probably the first out of the spa, compared to Brooke, Liar, and Tucker.
And Oh, and we're gonna leave it. There you go. We'll leave a tip on the on the empty thing.
The empty side of the bathtub.
It's the spot. Probably a little burp.
You didn't have to because of the ticket, but it's definitely gonna be
Yeah.
appreciated. Miltank appreciates you.
Yeah.
And I believe I did say it before, but Raya was left a towel for when they are ready to get out.
Yes, that is correct.
So other question is, do you two just go back to the lobby to wait, or go do other things, or...
I have
When
something
Ryder-
in mind to talk about.
I want to interrupt just for a minute because Fire was sad that he didn't get notification sounds, didn't know about Pokerole not having them. Thank you very much for the $150 donation, man.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very nice.
And yeah, we keep the notifications off for this specifically.
Yeah, since there's character acting and stuff, we just don't want to interrupt with sounds. That's also why I don't take redemptions typically during Pokerole.
I suppose we can resume, Tubby.
Did I see a song change, by the way? I noticed something.
Yeah, I have something in mind to ask Ryda about when we're both in the lobby.
This is fair.
Alright. I'd say they meet up at the lobby before Ryder decides to leave.
Oh, hey, looks like we're done for a sec. I did want to ask you something.
Yes.
So, I honestly don't remember if you already asked about this. I was thinking maybe you could start teaching me how to use my cool new psychic powers.
Oh.
It's like I want to move stuff with my mind and float. Can you make yourself float by targeting yourself with your psychic powers?
I would be able to, given enough focus. And I would be okay with assisting you in psychic training.
Oh, that sounds cool. You'd be like my sensei.
I will give you a bit of a heads up. From what I have trained, I do not hold back, regardless of friend or foe.
I mean, that's just the fast track to learning, right? Turn my belt from white to black in record time. Maybe my eyes too, but that's besides the point.
Perhaps.
No, I did read the first 2 volumes of Using Psychic for Dummies.
Have you managed to do any psychic abilities?
Yeah, outside of messing around inside the tower, and I don't think that counts, no.
I feel like you may have metronome psychic at one point, but I don't remember.
I
believe you
might
did.
have. But, is there like a beginner thing I should do? Like, I don't know, keeping the fire from burning the edges of the leaf? Or like,
I do not see how that is useful.
or like some other reference I can't think of right now. Yeah, you know. But yeah, I'm ready to like totally start at the bottom or at the middle if you think I could start there, which would be weird, but you know, you're the expert. Or maybe not an expert, but you're more of an expert than I am.
Perhaps
talk
your
a lot.
first goal would be to muster the mental capabilities of some basic psychic movements.
Oh, what sort of psychic movements?
As in such like telekinesis, or just understanding one's thoughts more.
I think I can focus on telekinesis. So, like, when you're doing the telekinesis, do heavier objects are harder to move, or does it not work like that? Or, like, more complex objects are harder to move, or what?
They do indeed require more force behind them.
Okay, so it's like physical strength, but with your mind.
That would be mental strength.
Yeah, yes. I can exercise it. 'Cause I imagine a translucent, like, Stan, buffs, purple Snorlax, like, rising out of me. Like, little thought bubble cloud.
I'm very amused that Ralph is continuously thinking of his psychic abilities as a stand.
If you wish to train, before we do so, I recommend you have some sort of psychic capabilities first. I task you with being able to simply hover my orb on your own, and Ryder will sort of hover it within their palm and extend it out for you.
Alrighty. I'll take it and I will concentrate. With all my might.
Alright. Let's see. Also, have a good night, dearest. Let's do... Special Will Channel.
Special Will Indeed channel.
Oh wow, that's a good roll.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is correct.
That's really good. Ralph, it takes you a bit, but eventually you manage to get the orb to hover ever so slightly off the surface of your paw.
Yeah, this is it.
And the minute that you lose focus and start being all excited, it stops floating.
Okay, I just gotta practice.
A focus
this
map.
kind of-
Your...
Say
Go
again.
on. Practicing meditation could help with focus.
I heard they also make a sash for that. Friends.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, what? For what?
A focus sash.
He made a fucking Pokemon item pun.
Oh.
It's like, I heard they also make a sash for that.
I have not heard of such thing before.
I shrug and I'll just kind of keep focusing on and practicing with the orb. Moving it like a centimeter off my hand, thinking of a pun, snickering, and it falling back into my hand. Just over and over.
At one attempt, Ralph will notice the orb hovering a lot higher than normal. And then watch as the orb hovers straight into their chest as Ryda slams it into them.
Ow.
Oof.
But why?
Your next goal will be to prevent me from harming you with such attacks.
Oh. Oh, Ryda is one of those teachers. Ryda is the, what's her name from Full Metal Alchemist?
Or Rafiki. Oh, what did you do that for? It doesn't matter. It's in the past.
What's that, bitch? You don't like me hurry you? Well, you better fucking learn that, huh?
You can run from it or learn from it. He's just like, oh shit, he ducks again.
See? Why not? How to be a psychic with ADHD.
I'm gonna try and propel the orb back at Earth. Like, boom, like counterattack.
Back at them.
Alright, that'll be a special fight channel.
Dang it.
What? Wow.
Okay.
What? Okay, Rita, give me a special fight channel of your own. I want to see how those numbers line up.
You're nice.
So, Ralph, you managed to get it off yourself. You have the raw psychic ability to move it with that much force. But Rita barely has to expend any sort of energy or focus to keep you from slamming it back into them. So now you've got the orb hovering between you two in a sort of stalemate.
I know I was supposed to be learning defense, but I couldn't resist.
No, I encourage it. And then Ryder will use Psychic.
Oh, rude.
Also, I'm glad for this interaction because it reminded me Tucker needs to talk to Lux, right? I keep forgetting this. Well.
Jesus.
Crit psychic, I guess. How is Ralph going to respond?
His telekinesis is not subtle, says the description. Yeah, I guess not.
It is not indeed. Ralph, you're going to be able to feel before it's executed that surge of psychic energy. What are you doing?
Wow.
Oh. He's doing that.
Alright, what does crit do again? Is it an extra dice or just 5 damage?
Oh, right.
It's extra 2 dice, I believe. But we haven't seen what Ralph is going to do.
Well, there's 4 damage.
Is that a super ton here? I mean, I suppose I can try and clash with...
no,
with
Ralph resists psychic, so he would take -1 from that already.
That's true, actually.
I do have stab. I didn't account for stab, but it's fine.
Oh, right, stab is...
Not trying to kill Ralph.
It's true.
Casts out, yeah, effectively does.
Oh, shoot, right, you don't have much in the way of evasion.
I suppose I can try to... It would be appropriate to try and clash with my not fully learned sidekick.
That is the point.
That's
Ryder
fair.
wants you to use your mental abilities to block the orb
You know what?
being shot at you.
You know what? Go for it.
Go ahead, use your D Psychic, as it's called. I guess it is D rank at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would still be... The accuracy is a dex fight channel, which, good lord, Ryder, you have so many dice.
Yeah, Ryder has 10.
It's the, yeah. Is the accuracy dice the clash die?
Yeah, I'm not going to make you do a normal clash. We're going to call this a contested psychic, so just the regular accuracy then.
Yeah, so dex fight channel then?
Yeah.
Here we go. Wah, 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 wah. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's
I'm
D rank.
sorry.
It's D rank.
Like,
Well,
I could had it, but that's kind of honestly funny.
well,
surprise, and I like launch it, and she just like boom, just stops it and
What?
flicks it back at me.
my imagination says Ryder co-ops your psychic attack, and just completely overwhelms it. But what is Ryda doing?
So, as they were the orb being hovered between them, Ryda, seeing that Ralph is resisting, is just like, oh, okay, so you can resist a bit, great, and just full sends it into his gut.
That does not feel good after all the milk you drank, Ralph. But thankfully, it really doesn't do all that much damage.
Minecraft beta oof sound oof.
Yeah, you only take 1 damage, thankfully. Minimum damage. Clink, our friend.
I'm glad somebody appreciated that.
Oh, if it's Plank, are we rolling for Plank, or is it just gonna be guaranteed?
Oh, right, I forgot we were gonna see about Plink being rolled or not. This is actually, yeah, that would be a good place to start doing the whole rolling Plink thing. Go ahead and roll the Plink die.
Alright, so high, no damage, low, yes.
It would still follow the success fail, yeah. So if it succeeds, it's still
Okay, yeah, so it is essentially high-low.
It's still but that's okay. Miltank comes out from the aromatherapy side of the spa and sees this happening. Could you please not fight in the spa?
Apologies. Ryder will retract their orb.
Would have been funnier if Milton just said, could you please not? Like, it just stopped right there.
Can you not? It leaves an imprint for a few seconds in the Ralph belly. Oh, and I'll do like a student style like bow of respect.
Miltank is so confused. Oh, sorry. Right. Sorry.
You're good.
But yeah, Miltank is so confused by this exchange. Though I take it eventually, Lyre, Brooke, and Tucker leave the mud bath.
Will Ralph get any pips for his psychic abilities?
I have added pips.
Ooh.
2 whole pips, in fact.
First lesson.
Yes, the mud bath would have to end eventually.
That's called strike. Tomorrow T2 block.
Aw, Brooke does eventually take a hint that he's the only one really enjoying the mud bath and allow the group to leave.
I should note that Tucker was a little unsure about the whole thing, but honestly, Leon Brooks' tub made it a comfy spot to kind of relax in the mud, so he was a little more enjoyed it at that point. Because he's a cuddle buddy.
It's true. Still, I can't help but aw.
I just wonder how long it takes. Listen, Lyre has a bit of fluff, but I feel like they're going to take way less time to clean out the mud than Tucker. Tucker is floofy density pooch.
It
it's
does take a little bit for the cleaning. Brooke and Lyre are much easier than Tucker to clean. Thankfully, at one point, Miltank did come in and bring like a brush for Tucker specifically.
Oh, does Tucker get a brush in? Oh, that'd feel really good.
Not for Miltank, but you know, if Brooke decides to help brush you clean.
Some dogs hate the brush. Some dogs like melt to a brushing. I do believe Tucker would be the latter.
Brushies.
Brushies.
Lyre's fine without brushies. They're much happier to be clean.
Here's a question for the audience, actually. Do you guys imagine a Puccini to be one of the dogs where their fluff stays on them, or do you imagine them to be one of the dogs where if you start brushing them, suddenly you end up with a separate dog in a hair pile? Give your thoughts.
I put a separate dog every time we freaking vacuum.
Because some fluffy dogs shed a lot, and some fluffy dogs don't shed at all. So, It can be either or, honestly. You think Tucker's a shedder? Alright, fair enough.
So, by the way, when you all finally leave, Tucker probably sheds a ton but never looks any less floofy.
Exactly,
Yeah, that tracks.
That's it.
When you all leave your bath, once you're cleaned up, you find Miltank just putting one of those little cartoon bandage X's over where Ralph's belly got scuffed. Ralph, you can get that HP back.
Nice.
I bet Brooke has like +3 shininess now. He's almost a shiny Pokemon.
+3 shiny factor.
Because of the mud bath. I'm sure it makes him shiny.
Nice King Hippo cosplay, Ralph. Oh.
Lots of hippo.
Hippopotas. Or Hippowdon.
I like the hippo Pokemon. They're interesting.
It's neat they're ground type.
Yeah, it's just unusual, and I like how... I don't know, that's how that mixes. It's an interesting... Also, their patterns are interesting, too, because if I recall correctly, the male and female are actually inverted. Which is kind of neat.
Upon seeing the group reappear, Ryder will give them a wave.
Now that I think about it, actually, while the mud bath was a little for Tucker, that brushing afterwards and getting all the loose hair out, that's probably actually the best small treatment result that he's had, actually. That probably feels really good.
How are you feeling after that, Ryder? Rourke totally glosses over Ralph's bandage. Ryder?
Nope.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Emergency table save. Why did that pop up? Go away. Well, not emergency. I don't have to rush, but...
Oh no. I wonder if something happened to Hydra's internet.
That's possible. Is everybody else internet doing okay?
Yeah, seems pretty okay.
I'll make a table save just in case. Okay. Normally it would be a Steam thing if more than one person disconnected, so...
Yeah, because it seems fine on my end.
They seem to exist in the call still. That's the weird thing. Oh, I'll just give them a second.
Yeah. Side note, what I'm hearing is if you could leave a review for Miltank, Tucker would suggest brushies as a spa treatment.
I wouldn't doubt that to be an effective treatment for canids. Just don't use the evil blow dryer, that's all.
What's a blow dryer?
Exactly. The rougher lost power. Oh, Merle, you talking to Hydra?
Oh no!
Power flickered out. Oh, I see. Hydra said too. Power flickered out, so there it is down for a minute. Oh, I'll come back then. That is so annoying. I have actually pondered purchasing. Now, it would be like an additional... I think I had to spend like $150 on it, but I'm very tempted sometimes to put my router in the other room on a battery so that power flickers do not interrupt streams. Because they can. I do have power flickers down then. Not very often, but often enough to where I'm debating. Like, I don't know if it's worth it. But you can buy a big old battery. It does cost a little bit, but if you like just don't want to fucking deal with that sort of thing, it's a good way to solve the issue. I've already got a battery hooked up to my computer, so if the power flickers, it doesn't actually mess up my computer, but it still affects the internet.
Depending on the nature of like a power flicker or an outage, that won't really help. Because I do believe if it's enough of an outage it'll just affect the internet as a whole and not just the router.
Ah. That's fair.
It can protect you from a flicker, so if you experience flickers fairly frequently, then it's probably useful. But...
Well, I don't know the rule is for like fiber internet, because like I'm not sure if it's affected by power, because I know it's like a line that goes through its own little circuit. I'm not really sure if that is affected by. Hello.
Welcome back, Hydra.
Yeah, the power.
Yeah, it did a thing, didn't it?
While you are potentially reconnecting, Brooke said, "How are you feeling after that, Ryda?" Totally glossing over the fact that Ralph has a bandage on. Well,
I'm gonna connect, but yeah, I'll respond.
Rolling blackout. Oof.
I feel rejuvenated after such.
Hydra, you still there?
Am I? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think you've been cutting out a little bit, your words. I think they stopped.
It must have been because I was booting up Steam that it cut me off.
I just assume Ryda stopped after saying that they got rejuvenated after such.
Yeah, that is where it cut off.
Oh, okay, okay.
I figured.
Okay, I should be back.
Yay. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the treatment. How was the new mud bath? Directed mostly at Tucker, Brooke, and Liar.
Tucker thinks for a second.
Well, it was pretty muddy. It was warm. My fur feels good now. I don't know, it's a little weird, but it was nice too.
I'm not even going to bother using Liar's language this late. They just spout something in their language. Miltank doesn't understand, but she just nods and smiles.
Politely.
I enjoyed it. Though, to be honest, I'd probably enjoy any hot water bath, Brooke says. Well, I can't blame you. Though those can be hard to come by at times out here. It's part of why we're still around. Though I have been considering trying to expand the facilities for just a public bath, or at least something to help clean off. But most Pokemon seem content enough to just use water from the oasis. Besides, it's easier to just get a bucket of water than to come here. Not a hot bath, but a bath. And of course, she provides to each of you a Tauro's tail treat.
Ah, sweet.
Tucker takes his elatedly, at first thinking about eating it clearly, but then he just tucks it away.
Well, I'm not gonna make the same mistake you did. I'm gonna eat it and not let it get stale. Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, I'm not gonna let it get stale. This is for Puppy.
Ryda's gonna eat theirs.
But not get stale this time.
It is a very chewy and sweet treat for Ryda.
They are surprised.
Have they ever had anything like that before?
They tended to eat necessity food rather than tasting food.
I see. So they were decadent is not within Ryda's palate.
Yeah.
in 14, the most recent expansion, there's many references to a hyper nutritious bread loaf that tastes terrible. And that's kind of what I'm feeling Ryda was eating. It's like, the taste doesn't matter, it's enough to keep me going.
Wait, I think you just described a calorie mate. I've never had one, but... if you know what that is, you know what that is.
Oh. Miltank gives Tucker a look over. Oh, the burn's been healing. Which, by the way, it's been a while.
It has. I'm gonna have to ask, what were the birds again?
Tucker got burned pretty badly by something. I'm trying to remember what, but they got salve from Miltank. I believe it was.
Oh yeah, so we haven't really checked back on that. I remember it was also, like, his fur was kind of patchy. Is it better now?
It is better.
Especially after, like, I guess Brooke would also be able to tell after he brushed Tucker, too, whether or not the fur's uneven or not.
Yeah, we haven't made mention of it in a long time, and I think that's because it did heal up after a point because you've been salving it. I think that was prior to traveling to the north.
I think so. I think that's why I don't remember it too well. It was that ways back. Though he does respond to Tucker. Sorry. He responds to Miltank. Tucker responds to himself. Self-conversation.
Oh yeah, I think it's all better.
He kind of turns to the side and shakes his fur a little bit, which is particularly fluffy thanks to the brushing.
I think my fur grew in okay and everything. After that mud bath, it does look pretty good. So, thank you again for the salve.
Anytime. I figured I would ask since you're here, since we still have plenty on offer.
Actually, Tucker thinks for a second.
Well, it did work pretty well. Could I maybe buy some to have for later in case anybody else needs it? A good burn heal like that is always good.
He's only got 10 monies, but... oh, no, he's got 20 monies. Never mind.
Yeah, it was the aftermath of the Alcazar. I started remembering it afterward, because I think Tucker got really badly burned by SolusOwl.
Oh, okay. That explains it.
Well, it's not exactly easy to get the ingredients for, but for 20 poke, I can certainly give you another regimen treatment.
Tucker is agreeable to this. It's always good to have a little bit of stuff for a first aid kit like this. Here's the money. There you go.
Alright, let me see. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. I think.
And I realize, or at least I assume as much, that it's not like an actual proper burn heal that just immediately heals a burn. But it is nonetheless something medically useful, so... let's spend the last of his money on it, why not? They could use that stuff. I should check something.
There you go. I placed it in your inventory.
How does it compare to a Raspberry, actually? Does it heal a burn? And if so, maybe at a slower rate or something?
It does. A Raspberry will recover you from the burn status, which is like you are burning.
Yeah. Oh, like literally on fire. Yeah, I just read it. Okay, fair enough. I don't think a
burn
salve can fix that.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I guess you could dump the salve on a burning Pokemon and it would stop the burning, but no,
this is more aftercare.
Yeah, it's a topical treatment.
Yeah. Still, though, that actually could be very useful, so... it certainly worked on Tucker, so why not buy some more?
Ryder would like to chime in.
Sure.
Interesting. I'd be interested in learning how to create such things.
Ooh.
Oh? Well, I suppose we could teach you. I usually buy them wholesale, but I've had to learn out here. It would require interacting with the Forge's systems. Would you be okay with that?
I have not done so before, nor do I have any preconceptions made of them.
Oh, good. Then this should be fine.
Oh no.
There was a hint of emotion in Raya's voice as that was said. No, I know that wasn't.
No, that was me out of
I know, I was just imagining it.
Just like the oh no was great. Before we go on, I know it's getting late. How much later do people want to go? Because with the end of the whole spa day, it might be a good... Sorry, I'm mesmerized by the person with the text tool. Did we want to stop here? Oh, you're fine.
What was typed?
Nothing. They were like clicking, I think.
Oh, fair.
The text tool.
No worries.
I'm still down to continue if people still want to.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just concerned.
for a while.
I'm just concerned about Kyrio's stomach. I hope it's okay. I hope the sickness passed by now, if it was a brief one.
And I also know that the later it gets, like, the more people have things they need to tend to and bed to go to.
Feeling a little bit better tonight. A little bit better tonight. But by this time, most nights I've been feeling kind of completely crashed. But I'm doing okay today. I've been going to bed earlier, so which is not a bad thing.
I could keep going a little longer. I feel better because I've been just kind of relaxing. Well, that's
Aww.
good. I'm glad you're feeling a little better.
I do want to thank all of you in the game, as well as the stream goers, but especially you guys in the game, at least for this particular point. It's nice to hang out. It's nice that my birthday is actually a bit lonely. Just to let everybody know that isn't aware. This is my first birthday I've had in a very long time where I'm completely physically alone. So there was kind of a mixed feeling about my birthday. But I'm glad that it just happened to fall on Pokerole Day. That was a complete coincidence. But it's nice to be able to play basically D&D with friends on this day, because that does definitely help that loneliness thing a little bit.
Well,
Yeah.
if we go a bit longer, I do have something planned.
Okay.
Ooh. Interesting.
Tucker wanted to find Luxray after the spa.
Yes, Luxray is traveling back, right, with us, I think?
Yes.
Okay.
You haven't seen them around the base, but they have been around town.
Okay.
Side note. Well, not side note. Is there anything anyone else wants to do before leaving the spa? Because I don't want to just push you out the door.
Maybe getting the recipe for the salve, but other than that, nah.
Yeah, Miltank will share the recipe with Ryda.
Jot it down on a note.
Yeah, she'll write down a note for Ryda. It's basically aloe vera.
I figured it was something similar to that.
And the easiest way to make it is, of course, with aloe. So, which is edible, and she'll even let Ryda know that.
Noted.
Brooke has done everything needed to do in Savannah Town. So, well, if there's anything that you want Brooke to do, or if you want Brooke to just, say, practice meld moves, since I need to remember to remind you all you can practice those.
True. I will just openly say that if anybody wants to ever approach Tucker with a meld move, that is certainly fair. He'll generally be receptive to that. Though, Tucker wants to simply approach Luxray, if he can find him around the HQ and such, or wherever that he might be, and ask him about Thunderfang, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the thing. Now, I don't know if Tucker knows for a fact if Luxray knows Thunderfang, but he would probably be the best person to ask.
So for Brooke, any one meld move, feel free to give it a tick.
Which
So
of the
soon.
many will you be practicing? Let's see.
Well, we're almost done with the area variant of Ice Gun, so...
True.
Is there anything Ryda wants to do?
The other thing was talking to Blaze about the site.
Ah, yes, okay. How many pips are needed? Not terribly many more. I would say... Are you at 5 pips or 6 pips? If you do it today. That's 5. Then you would only need... You would only need one more, because it's a variation on one you already have. Is there anything Ralph wants to do after leaving the spot?
Ooh, I'm gonna try and use my newfound powers to steal the orb out from Ryda's pocket.
So you're just gonna follow Ryda around for the rest of the
You
day
can
trying to
try.
do this?
Got it. So Ralph is going to be going with Ryda and practicing his psychic abilities.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and steal the orb out of her pocket.
Okay. Let me do Tucker's thing first, because I know yours is going to be a sleight of hand while Ryda is dealing with Blaze. Tucker, you were able to find Luxray as he's just sort of wandering around the Oasis Market, which at this hour is starting to bustle.
That's fair.
Well, Tucker has 2 things to say. Tucker will approach Luxray and just gotta ask,
Hey, Luxray, you doing any shopping?
Oh, hello, Tucker. Yes and no. I'm mostly looking at the moment. Seeing if there's anything new I can bring back to the library.
Tucker nods to that, and he starts by expressing,
Thanks for escorting us to everything lately. You sure got mixed up in a lot of things we had to deal with. Appreciate your help.
You're welcome. It's been a long time since I've been home. If he had hands, he would be doing air quotes.
That reminds me, Rise is maybe going to try to meet up with you later.
His ears perk up, but otherwise there is no emotion betrayed on his face. Oh. Well, at least now I'll be mentally prepared. I've been meaning to talk to them, but... Well, they're very busy.
Tucker nods understandably to that, knowing just how much Rise tends to fit in his schedule.
Oh.
Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Tucker kind of pauses politely for a second before kind of bringing it up.
So, I've been trying to learn multiple Fang moves because apparently I can. And do you know Thunderfang by any chance?
They look at Tucker, raising one eyebrow. I do. Did you wish for me to teach you?
If I could. If you could, that is. If it's not too much trouble. I figured since we're taking a trip back and all, and, well, there'll be time.
He looks up a bit, just doing some calculations. You probably won't have learned it by the time we're back in Sea Spray. But if you and your friends are to stay a little while, I suppose I could put you all up. I could train you more that way.
Tucker actually seems a little surprised.
Oh, if it's no trouble for you.
He thinks for a second.
We don't really know how long it's gonna take to help Shaman, so it might be good to have some time to stay for a few days.
Oh, I had little doubt that sorry, I needed to remember the name. Hatterene will be able to help the shaman post-haste. They'll likely be coherent by the time she's done their treatment. But after that, they'll likely need more. Of course, I don't actually know much of anything about that.
Tucker kind of nods to that.
I don't know much either, but I'm gonna try to learn.
You're a kind soul, Tucker. Though to be fair, perhaps I'm being too optimistic. With that said, I'll happily begin training you. It'll be a good distraction.
Tucker wags his tail.
Thank you. I've already had some good uses out of the other fake moves I've learned thanks to other friends. So, I think it's something I can grow upon and draw upon. Maybe my own personal strength to have all these moves available.
Logically speaking, have a variety of type moves at your disposal is advantageous.
Tucker nods and does a little feral forward bow.
I appreciate it. I won't keep you any longer. Good luck with your shopping.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
Tucker will do his little quadruped bow and say,
well, I do appreciate it. Good luck with your shopping. I won't keep you from that. I've got to deliver a Taurus tail to Puppy anyways.
He kind of wags his tail.
Oh, I'll join you then. I've already perused this section 6 times anyway.
Okay. Tucker kind of nods and is complacent to that.
So, Luxray will accompany Tucker, and you can put Thunderfang on your little description sheet. 1 of 7.
Okay.
Because it would take him a week to be able to train you. Not Luxray loitering in the market to avoid running into anyone who knows him. It's almost like he's nervous.
Maybe. So Tucker drops the whole Rise thing very casually, and Luxray is a little hard to read. So if Luxray is nervous about Rise, Tucker didn't pick up on that entirely.
Oh no, I have to meet this person that I like that I don't see very often.
I guess that is a bit of a nervous thing. Relatedly, Essler is coming back for another visit at the end of July here. So.
Yay!
It's
Okay.
on the subject of seeing somebody you like that you haven't seen in a while.
Ralph, you are practicing your psychic stuff with Rida.
Yes.
Okay.
Stealthily stealing the orb.
I require a special channel stealth from you, of which I know your stealth is a 0. Rida, Ralph has decided to follow you to Blaze, who is not very hard for you to find if you ask after him. On the way, Ralph attempts to quote-unquote pickpocket your orb from you. It's not a successful attempt.
So I just can tell that he's trying.
Yes, it's very obvious. It doesn't help that Ralph is probably either making noises or giggling.
Ralph. Oh, Ralph. Rido, upon noticing Ralph trying something, I commend you for attempting, but do not try again. And then we'll use teleport to just disappear out of sight.
Oh, me!
Not playing that game, I guess.
Oh. Okay.
Aw.
I'll have to learn that trick.
Teleport.
Or learn how to trace a short-range teleport, maybe.
Well, you could. I mean, you could attempt to like see if you could figure out the psychic trail they left or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tuck it out my ass there, but, you know.
Yeah. You know how I would use teleport actually if I learned it. I would take a page out of D&D keys and I would like teleport myself 100 yards above the enemy.
You do know that you would hurt yourself with that, right?
It might be okay if you could determine your orientation.
We call that recoil damage.
Yes, we do. Like, for every 10 feet above 10 feet, you'd be taking, like, a point of damage, sir.
Oh, damn.
So, I had a thought. From where I teleported, I would like to pickpocket Ralph.
Where did you teleport, though? You said you teleported out of sight.
Yes. I don't know the layout of current where I am, so...
That's fair. I'm assuming that you teleported, like, right around the corner of a building, then?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, basically, like, you tried to mine the dragon egg, and it just... Whoop. And I just thought about... Imagine Ralph, imagine something as heavy as a Snorlax using Harden, and then teleporting, like, 100 feet above you.
There would be a Ralph-shaped hole in the ground. Junji Ito would be proud. Alright, also give me a special channel stealth, since you two are playing this game of pickpocket. You who also has 0 stealth.
Right isn't one for stealth.
Wait a minute. Tucker has the most stealth, doesn't he? I just realized. He does. That it should be in a quadruped, low to the ground. A little easier to reduce profile.
So, Ralph, what is right at pickpocketing, anyway?
Ryder doesn't really know what Ralph has, so... I'm gonna say the star metal piece.
Okay, I thought you were gonna go for something obvious like the hat. Yeah, Ralph, you're going to immediately notice when the shiny star metal piece that you've had for a while starts floating.
Sneaky.
Connect 4, pretty sneaky, sis.
Yeah. I'm gonna like grip it really tight and be like, let's see if you can move the whole thing.
Does Ryda try to move the whole thing?
Part of me wants to. What's the alternative here?
Probably letting go of the telekinesis, because Ralph now has a firm grip on that rather small piece, and Ralph is quite the strong Pokemon.
That is true.
And you lift the chonker.
Alright, Ryder's just going to let go, and then walk from around the corner, revealing himself.
Well done. I like this. This is gonna be the most fun way to learn Psychic. Us continuously messing with each other, and me probably getting owned.
I am fine continuing this, on the one condition. The orb is off limits.
Gotcha.
Now if you'll excuse me, I must proceed to find someone called Blaze.
Oh yeah, he hangs out at the clubhouse.
Warning you, have started a prank war with Ralph.
Mega Man Zero boss warning noises.
Ryda's okay with this. But yeah, upon hearing that, they'll give Ralph a nod and start heading in that direction, or continue as they were.
Well, when you two reach the clubhouse, it's not hard to find Blaze. He's in his quote-unquote closet, as always. And I know that's become some sort of joke among the audience. And let me tell you, it's really not. It's not a joke. I know I haven't mentioned it in ages, but Blaze has a thing for Rise. Everybody knows, too. Everybody knows. It's obvious. Anyway. Blaze will look at the two of you. Okay, so what is it you guys need right now? Because I'm kind of in the middle of something. He gestures over to a crate of equipment that looks suspiciously like smithing equipment that may or may not have been requisitioned from somewhere else.
I was told you were someone to go to if I wished to craft a weapon of sorts.
He squints. I'm going to let Brooke have it. And he sets down his clipboard, folds his arms, looking at the two of you. Alright, let's hear it.
I intend to use these materials for a scythe of sorts, and Ryda will show the dragon parts.
You say these materials... It wasn't me, it was Mawile, I know. But Blaze thinks it was Brooke. So you say these materials, and he raises an eyebrow, and then his face immediately becomes a very concerned face, seeing what Ryda starts pulling out of their bag. Those are parts.
Indeed.
Those are not steel-type parts. Those are parts.
Will that be a problem?
He goes through several expressions as he sort of steeples his claws together, thinking about this. I'm used to metal, but I can try. What do you want me to make? And he sort of moves over to poke at the parts that are now on his table.
Ryda's gonna try and do the hologram trick again to make sort of like a scythe sort of deal. Something akin to this.
Oh right, you're psychic. Sorry, not used to that. Well... Looks at the parts, looks at the image, looks at Ryda. I mean, it's a nice idea. Picks up his clipboard, flips to a new page, starts jotting down some notes. I mean, I can't guarantee it's going to look exactly the same, but...
Design does not matter much, just the utility.
Function over form, got it. That's honestly really helpful. Even though this is probably going to be the edgiest thing I have ever made in my entire short career as a blacksmith. Wait. No. There was something worse. Then he goes back to making notes.
I love one thing about this. I love Rita does psychic projection thing. Blaze, ew, weird. I like that reaction.
Less ew and more ah. Oh, that's weird.
Jump scare.
Looks at Ralph. So, what was it that you wanted? Ralph? Oh no, he must have been pulled away.
Ralph is just here standing in the background.
Yeah, I'm being polite as they, but yeah, he is interested.
Yeah, Blaze figures Ralph is here for a reason, too.
No, I'm just, accompanying. I don't really have anywhere else to be at the moment. Also, I really kind of want to see how cool it turns out. To be excited, it's going to be so cool.
Well, you're going to be disappointed because that's not going to be done for a while, and Brooke has priority. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not going to have everything ready until after he comes back, so I can start on yours, assuming you leave me this stuff.
Of course.
Right. Do you have anything besides critter bits?
Yeah, I got some more if, like, you need spare parts.
Do you have what?
Yeah, I got some more.
Ore? Where did you get ore?
Not
Gonna
ore,
give the
more.
star.
No more. He has more dragon. He has more dragon.
I heard
Oh.
ore.
I heard ore.
No.
My mind thought you were gonna sacrifice the star metal piece. I'm like, really? For the size?
Yeah, that was my thought too. It's like, what?
Oh, I see where everybody's
No.
minds went. Yeah, I see. I'm the only one that heard what he meant.
Yeah.
Ah. No, this should be fine, I guess.
Cool.
I'll probably make a mock-up out of wood or something. I more meant, like, do you have any gemstones or orbs or anything you want me to try and attach to it?
Ryda thinks on this for a moment.
Huh. I don't... Ryder wouldn't know this, but technically Tucker's been holding on to it. Mostly unfunctional piece of onyx, I just want to say.
Yeah. I mean, the only piece of metal they really have is the iron ring with, like, a glass gem in it. But that's, like, nothing. I mean, there's also the idea of putting in the ore, but that's not happening, so...
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I think Ralph's gonna like to hype up Ryder. It's like, oh man, I wonder if yours will be cooler than mine. I'm gonna like pull out this spear and this shield. Not that I can actually have them both equipped at the same time, but for the sake of roleplay, I'm gonna like hold them both.
I really feel like you should be able to equip both of those somehow.
I'd be like, yeah, check it out. It's gonna be as cool as this. Oh, I'm gonna actually try to scare her with the shield by suddenly pulling it out.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a,
Maybe it'll be cool as this.
try to give me a tough contest intimidate at a -4.
Wait, -4 from the roll or -4 dice?
-4 dice.
Alright.
I
Side
love
note-
that it's a -4.
Side note, that Ralph got the metal case open a long while ago, and I told him what the parts are for, but he
Yes,
hasn't done
I
any-
remember.
okay.
I remember what they are for.
Yep. It's one of those things that happened a long time ago, so it does bear mentioning. It's also one of those things that I don't know if Ralph and or Tubby want to do anything with that, but it's there.
It's well, even if it were assembled, I don't believe he has access to the other piece of the puzzle to make it functional.
Yet.
I mean, he could craft it.
There's multiple ways to go about it. That said, Ralph stares blankly at Blaze stares blankly at Ralph for a little bit. Oh, the kids upstairs were raving about that for a while. They seem pretty proud of it. I guess it works.
It's great.
But if you don't have any metal or any other materials to give me for it, that's fine. I'll make do. I wonder if I could get some of the grass types to give me some vines. Those are usually stronger than just rope bindings. Anyway, I'll figure it out. You guys will probably be gone, what? 5 days? He just says off the top of his head, because it takes like 2.5 to get to Seasray.
Think a moment. Yeah, something like that.
That's not a bad guess, Kyrio, because knowing you guys, something's going to happen and you're going to stay extra days, or it's just going to take longer.
Always got to add that in case of plot events asterisk to everything.
Anyway. If that's what you want, I'll figure it out. I mean, normally I guess I could charge you, but you brought me looks at the very grim, grisly bits that to work with. And also, I kind of owe Brooke for helping make that forge. It's good to get back into it, even if I kind of stopped for reasons a while ago.
That is much appreciated.
Okay, now is there anything you actually want from me as the quartermaster?
Don't believe so.
Rope, camping supplies, rations, anything? I mean, I know y'all aren't going on an official mission, but still. You're leaving on a trip, we have the right to ask for stuff.
That's true.
I mean, rope would be useful. You can always use rope.
There's almost never a time when rope is a bad thing to have.
Yeah. Ryder would say rope is good.
Goes to one of many organized boxes, crates, and various things that are in his quote-unquote closet, which is much larger than it seems. It's just filled with stuff. And he pulls out a looped up... I forget what the word is it is for rope, but like the looped up length of rope. Alright. A bolt. A bolt of rope? I know a bolt of cloth, but a bolt of rope?
Hold on a second. I would just say bundle, personally, but...
A bundle or a coil of rope, whatever you would call it.
Cordage? Hold on a second. I wonder... let's see. A looped bundle of cordage. I guess looped bundle is what it usually is referred to as. Huh. Okay.
Rope is rope.
He makes to toss it to Ryda, looks at Ryda being kind of the usual kind of spindly psychic type, and then tosses it to Ralph instead.
There's a word. Hank. Hank.
What?
Hank is a looped bundle of cordage. Hank.
I'm Hank Hill, and I am rope, and
It's,
rope
it's spelled identical to that, yes.
That's great. I don't know
Lovely.
if Ralph is going to give the rope to Ryder or not.
Do I have rope?
Yeah, Blaze tossed it to Ralph because he looked at Ryder and wasn't sure if Ryder could handle being impacted by rope.
Yeah, I'll give her the rope. Ooh, and I'm gonna try and psychically give it to her.
Okay. You may once again do the whole, special... It's special will channel, yeah? Special will channel. X-Files voices.
Oh, nice.
Actually, Charm,
Yeah,
Ryder doesn't have any preferred pronouns. It's
Oh.
just whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I clarified it before, but in case you forgot, yeah, so you could use he, she, they, them, whatever you want.
Oh,
Ryder.
shit.
Doesn't
For
matter.
once I feel like, aha, now I'm doing it right, and I'm just not, actually.
It's okay.
I'm very appreciative of you doing that, though. Still.
I try to be better with this stuff.
Well,
And that's appreciated.
on that topic, I've tried to be very good about using they them for Hatterene, but also it is just occasionally she, and it's one of those things like they probably wouldn't mind she, but prefer they.
Fair, fair. If a creature prefers either gender direction, I think that they them is also a good way to hedge it. So I guess that works as well, right?
And of course, there's the lizard gender, in which case lizard is lizard.
Yeah,
Nice.
and puppy is puppy.
But yeah, that's a pretty good snake-like. Well, that's not too shabby, I don't think.
That isn't too shabby. Ralph, you managed to telekinesis this relatively heavy length of rope, and you're realizing this feels lighter than Ryda's orb.
Nice.
Blaze watches this weird exchange, looks between the two of you, shakes his head, sighs, and mutters under his breath, "Ugh, psychics."
Ryder will grab the rope out of the air, pocket it.
You now have 50 feet of rope.
Casual
Casual
sex.
That's not what's happening, but I'm sure it sounds like it.
I just imagine the sort of Animal Crossing put into her pocket, like the rope's about as big as her entire torso, but the Animal Crossing style puts it in her pocket.
And now it's a leaf.
And since I have to explain it, unfortunately, no. Rise is just done with everything, and he's dealt with psychics in the past and had them do just random shenanigans.
You mean Blaze, I assume.
Also Blaze.
Fair.
Mostly Blaze, not necessarily Rise. Rise doesn't have to care. Rise is dark. I'm
Yeah, I was
messing
gonna
up
say,
names.
Rise is a dark type, so I'm like, I don't know. how
I'm
much I have
messing
to
up
care.
names so
Me
much.
do random shenanigans? I would never. You don't have to worry about me doing random shenanigans when
Oh
I
my
can
gosh.
move shit with my mind.
Tubby returns, and suddenly I can't remember names. What is this? Tubby, stop messing with my mind. I know you're psychic, but please.
Brand new psychic type starts just rummaging people's brains. What's in here? Puts things where they shouldn't go.
Random rattling and dinging noises.
Well,
Just
Ryder
random
will
turn
think,
things
right.
upside down on people's desks from like the other side of the room. Just whenever they're not looking, turn something upside down and then look the other way.
Oh goodness. What is Ryder doing?
They were just gonna thank Blaze and then finish up.
You're welcome. Darn it. I've given myself a second job. Just hanging his head ever so slightly.
But just think how cool it'll be.
That's the problem, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, there you go. Good
In
job.
that case, it does not seem like a problem.
But I have to do this, and he just holding his arms up with the clipboard and pencil, gesturing at all of the stuff that is in the quartermaster's closet.
In that case, we better leave you to it. Good luck.
Gotta master all these quarters, gosh, it's gonna take forever.
I need a replacement. Just grumbling that as the two of them leave. Something, something. Blaze wants to retire, only to unretire and be something else.
He just wants a job change.
Fair, you are both wrong and also kind of correct. Because, for those who didn't read or get to read certain early glimpses, Blaze is responsible for the spike pendant.
Ah, right.
He made that at Tiber's request. Also thought Tiber was crazy for doing what he did to have it made.
Was that a case of breaking off one's own spike?
Yes.
As Lucara, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Ouch.
I forget the reason that he did that, but...
It concerned the heck out of everyone.
Hey, I just ripped off this body part of mine. Could you make it into a thing?
Well, it's a metal spike. Also, the other reason was so he could hug Rise better.
That's one of those simultaneously metal and wholesome sort of moments.
Yeah, Van Gogh-esque gift. Look, at least it wasn't a fleshy part.
True. And I'm not saying metal is a pun. It's just really like kind of good.
Right. Oh. So, later on in the day, I'm about at the end of my hank. Oh goodness. Well, we're wrapping up. It's okay. Later in the day, in the afternoon, Rise ends up sort of knocking on the door to the base. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to bring Rise back. It's fine, I can help him.
There you go.
Who's at the base in the afternoon? Because I don't know if Luxray and Tucker are training at the base, or if Brooke and, Well, I figure Lyre's probably there, but I don't know if Brooke is training at the base.
I mean, Luxray went back with Tucker. Tucker went to the base. Probably staying outside the base in case, like, electricity training is bad for something inside. If they are doing that immediately.
Outback freezing training dummies.
They're probably around Brook as well. This is where Tucker would be.
Well, Rise ends up knocking on the door. Hot Dog answers. He's dealing with Puppy gnawing on one of his, like, his leg bangly things.
Oh, also that Kale Tail was given to Puppy. Unfortunately, Puppy finished 9 of that, I assume, at this point.
Yeah,
that's
it didn't last long. Well, it did last. There was a blessed silence. I didn't have work today. I know. Where are the others? Most of them are out back. Are you mad? No. Why? What did you do? Nothing. Shuts the door. Rise files that away for later. Goes around the base.
Are you mad at the absolutely nothing I did? Okay, you're not? Okay, cool, go. Alright, bye. That doesn't seem suspicious.
But Rise will politely wait off to the side until he's either noticed or there's a break point in the training that's going on. Also, this saves you from having to drag out Hot Dog's model.
Yeah, that's fair. I was considering it, and then I was like, ah. Actually, what's Liar doing? I was kind of curious. So
Liar's been observing. Yeah. They may or may not be also repairing the dummies because grass powers.
Oh, that's useful.
It's not like Brooke's meld moves are gentle.
Okay, now he's mad. Oh, that was earlier.
What? He's not. Rice isn't mad. Rice gives a nice smile. He's wearing a nice little vest and ascot.
Ooh.
Tucker and Luxray have joined him in the back. Brooke will probably have stood to the side to avoid any residual electricity. That's probably smart. Brooke has probably learned by now about messing with electric types.
Tucker actually did give him some space in the first place, though, knowing that fact, actually, that Brooke does have a little leerness towards electricity naturally. I guess I may as well ask, how does Luxray help Tucker train before Rise shows up?
So he starts trying to train Tucker with the driest of lectures about how it's supposed to work. Because that's just how Luxray do.
Well, that makes sense. He is a librarian.
And he gets about halfway through it before realizing that Tucker is not absorbing. Tucker is much more child than intellectual. And then he decides that actual demonstrations are necessary. It also helps that he ends up comparing it a lot to Firefang, just energy in a different form.
Tucker actually does, perhaps in a little bit of a slightly childish showing off, does demonstrate how he can do Firefang and Icefang now. And he does. So yeah, that is something he can work off of. It's I figured it would be a natural branch of basically maintaining the energy correctly in the mouth. And in both cases of Ice and Firefang, it's kind of the clack of his teeth that allows him to effectively create the move. So with Firefang, it's almost like Flint, using Flint and striking it.
Unfortunately for Luxray, he does have a minor roadblock in teaching you initially, and it's that he's an electric type. He can already produce electricity just fine.
Yeah. At this point in time, Tucker is not even sure how he draws. Not entirely sure how he draws upon ice and fire. It is unusual when you really think about it. Like, it makes perfect sense why an electric type could use Thunderfang, but yeah, like a Poochyena using Thunderfang, that's a thing they can learn, but like that's more of a hurdle, I feel, because that's not at all their typing. So
it may or may not be the reason that it's either a TM or egg move.
Yeah.
I think.
A case of needing to unlock the latent abilities, but with enough determination and focus, I imagine that can also be done. I feel like Tucker starting to learn Thunderfang, the main problem with it would be just the simple fact that when he started learning Firefang, he did burn his mouth. Icefang wasn't as bad, but it did get pretty dang cold. But with Thunderfang, I can only imagine that Tucker has to start training this by giving himself small bits of electrocution. I mean, I bet it would not feel very pleasant for a while.
It might be necessary just for Tucker's body to feel what electricity feels like.
Yeah, he's got to like get used to it and kind of vibe with it.
Brooke, also having trained a while, probably just wanted to watch a bit, which is understandable. Hey, your eyes, Brooke says, noticing the cat as he watches Luxray teach Tucker. Here for the lecture? I think you missed it. Thanks, but I've sat through his lectures before. Luxray stops in the middle of showing off another Thunderfang to Tucker. Rise just nods to him. I'm actually here for all of you. Though I suppose... He looks to Ryda and Lyre, and then back to Luxray. Well, I suppose the rest of you can come too. But you're going to have to retrieve Riley. It wouldn't be fair if he weren't there.
I thought Ryder does it because they could teleport.
Oh, I was gonna say, Riley opens a window, shouting down to the ground, "What? I heard my name."
He would.
Oh, he has good ears now.
I always had good ears, Ralph.
Big door.
Squinting down at Ralph, the indignation. Oh, we having a party, I guess?
I love parties.
Well, sort of. I wanted to invite you all over. It hasn't been a year, but I realized I don't know when your birthdays are. So, while normally it would only be for the original form, I suppose there's no harm in bringing the rest of you.
Yo, on realizing that, Ralph kind of puts up a finger, like he's about to say, like, "Oh, my birthday's," but like, he's not sure. There's actually a detail he's not sure.
Likewise, Tucker
Oh,
cannot
God.
remember either. But he looks
Yeah.
he looks very grateful though.
Yeah, I feel like that's a detail I wouldn't recall without that last logic point. So I'm like, oh, but when is it? He's
Ryder
like,
also
huh.
doesn't recall their actual birthday, though they have celebrated just in the tower because Mentor be nice.
Yeah.
Also, Ryder does know their birthday? I imagine they would.
They don't know their
they
birthday.
don't. Oh, okay.
No,
Not
they
their real
celebrated birthday via just, their tutor, essentially throwing them one, but they don't know their actual birthday.
Something something, Rise also being a mentor. Well, Riley, how do you feel about cake? Squinting at the Lipard. Then I'll read Brooke's line, but then there's a very subtle shift. Yeah, we'll be down. Shifts back. What? Don't make those decisions for me! There's absolutely no reason to not have cake right now. Yeah, but don't make those decisions for me.
Besides, if you didn't come, I would eat your piece, and you don't want that.
Okay, well now I'm definitely coming to the party. It's not a party.
Score.
It's just something nice. Whenever you all are ready, come to my place. And then he winks to Luxray. I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, I'll like elbow bump.
I don't think I celebrated my birthday since I was pretty young, Brooke says. But hey, why not?
Yeah, sounds good to me. It's always good for cake.
I suppose I have no objections.
I can't
Is that-
remember my birthday, but I know that my celebrations are really nice. That much I do remember. It's nice to have another one.
Well then, I'll see you soon. Just make sure you clean up a little. It looks like you all have gotten pretty scuffed up. I might be able to make a nice cake, but it can't heal wounds. Then he chuckles and saunters off. Luxray sort of coughs into one forepaw. It's probably best if we stop for now. You can only do so much in a short amount of time. You're making good progress on the fundamentals.
Tucker nods to that. Fortunately, thanks to his ability, this train cannot paralyze him, as there may have been a risk of that otherwise. But he is indeed a little scraggled. Honestly, from... Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, he tried Thunder Wave, and when it didn't work, he realized he'd have to use actual electric attacks.
It actually occurs to me that, you know how a dog's fur gets a lot more floofy after you're getting a good brushing? As he had? Well, he just went from that to messing with electricity. His fur is utterly statically, like, poofed at this point.
Poof. Poor Tucker. It was nice for all of an hour.
Tucker is just a ball of fluff moving around.
Actually, Tucker probably has a little trouble getting his words together because his mouth has probably got a bit numb from the training. But he'll recover quickly. But yeah, he probably is like blah blah blah.
Oh, you mean like how my tongue is whenever I do a recap? And you bite your tongue learning Thunderfang.
A legitimate... Oh, that's a legitimate risk, though, because of muscular... Yeah, automatic muscular movements. Just gotta be careful to keep his tongue out of the way of his teeth. They're big chompers, after all.
Well, whenever you all are ready, you convene at Rise's home. And without fail, they greet you. And inside you'll see that he's managed to set up some nice paper lantern lights.
You know, it's kind of funny. This was the first place we stayed the night when we first sort of arrived. And here we are again.
Even Noibat is there. They're currently perched on one of the paper lanterns. They wave and smile. Next time I think we're going to do this at your base. As Rise moves inside, you all can see on the table there's 4 cakes, each with 2 tiers. One for each of the original members of Team Cheer.
Aww.
I know I haven't personalized anything for you, Ryder, but I promise I will next time.
It is fine. I do not expect such things.
Well, maybe you should. This might be a little extravagant, but if you all ever remember your birthdays, you can expect me to make you a cake.
I cannot say I actually recall mine.
Something of a trend amongst Team Cheer to gather amnesiacs, it seems.
Yeah.
I also can't technically claim all the credit. I take it most of my ingredients and supplies from the bakery. Still, it hasn't quite been a year, but I'm glad to have known you all. So, without any better alternatives, happy birthday, Team Cheer.
And happy birthday.
Happy birthday to all of you.
He also
We can
says...
sing. Oh, Happy birthday to us, everybody. Happy birthday
Happy
to
birthday,
us.
Team Cheer.
Happy birthday to Team Cheer.
Birthday, Team
Team
Cheer.
Cheer, have no fear.
Happy
Happy birthday
Team
to Cheer.
Happy birthday
Me.
to us.
And we have no fear.
It is always the
There's no
Yeah,
rhythm
it's-
either.
But it's a good idea too.
Happy
This would probably also have been better if it was on like the anniversary of Pokerole. But you know what? This is a good day for it.
I think that song was better with us stumbling over each other, honestly. That was entertaining.
Just right
it's
at
kind
the
of. I mean, it was kind of was in character for the moment, so it makes sense. None of the characters knew what lyrics they were gonna actually sing.
Singing on Discord is always a bad idea, which makes it a good idea. That's what we do the redeems for the Star Stream. Yeah, it came back later.
Yep.
There we go. You
Happy
got a
birthday.
right of singing in character. Just them saying happy birthday, Team Cheer.
It was amazing. Happy birthday, Brooke says with a grin.
Aw.
And each of the cakes is colored and themed after the 4 original Team Cheer members. I do apologize to Ryda. There would be a Ryda themed cake, but Ryze doesn't know Ryda very well.
No, it's fine. I didn't expect there to be one, honestly.
Yes, well, Ryda is just... Oh my gosh, I'm screwing her names again! At least this time there's an R in each name. Ryze is sort of preemptively calling it Ryda's cake, which causes Riley to squint at Ryze, who just gives him a cheeky smile. But yes, there's a blue and black cake that's supposed to be for Riley. I don't know what Riley's favorite cake flavor would be. I'm gonna say it's just white cake because I like white cake. The cake in various grays is a dark chocolate cake for Tucker.
I was thinking dark chocolate too.
And yes, it is safe for Tucker to eat. Pokemon have figured out how to make chocolate safe to eat.
Yay!
You can't tell me otherwise. It would be dumb if they hadn't.
Pokemon are also
Pokemon
not
also
dogs.
aren't dogs.
Dog related, but not dogs. Yes. Well, some Pokemon anyways. Also, we don't know if I don't know if hyenas are also like if they can't eat chocolate because I mean technically Tucker is part hyena too. If you want to go off that logic.
Who knows? There is a blue, yellow, and red frosted cake that is supposed to be for Brooke. It also has a frosting decoration that's supposed to be a fish.
That's a pretty efficient use of frosting. Efficient.
I do not know what kind of cake type Brooke would want.
Oranberry jelly. Nice blue hue inside. That's a filling. That's how I imagine. Get that water
might
theming.
be between the cake layers.
Yeah, get that water theming. And a nice jelly layer too.
And then there's Ralph's, which is a blue-gray cake for the outer frosting, and then a buttercream frosting on top. And it looks just like a circle with an outline. It is a thick cylinder.
Nice. I do love a buttercream frosting cake.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with buttercream.
Buttercream is superior to fondant. Fondant is gross. You can use it to do a bunch of neat things. It's not for eating.
Agreed.
Yes. I will nom it. Nom.
Are you going to consume it all, or are you going to share slices?
Tucker will share his cake.
Oh, right. We could share.
Because it's more than just the 4 original members.
Ralph's like, nope, all mine.
Like he's about to, but seeing like the others like actually slice up their cakes, he's like, oh yeah, right, Jay.
Just going to consume it whole.
He like puts it back down and blushes a little. Oh, right.
I will say that between the layers of Ralph's cake is a purple jam, because Ralph is psychic.
Neat.
Nice.
Fun IRL Tubby fact is that red velvet is my favorite IRL.
Cool, it's gonna be red velvet then.
Not my favorite, but I do like that one. It's also a very pretty looking cake if made right.
You gotta be careful though, because sometimes when people make red velvet, they overdo it with the red dye and it can make people sick.
Oh, yeah, it's easy to overdo that. Brooke's favorite cake. It's a good question. I'm trying to think, like, based off personality type, what I would refer.
Aside from crab.
Crab cake. Oh, well.
Well, Rise doesn't have access to seafood enough to make a seafood cake for Brooke, unfortunately.
But yeah, I'm just imagining we us like slicing up our respective cakes and then passing it around till we each end up with a hodgepodge cake. That's like one slice of each all around.
Lemon or orange?
Sounds good. Can make it a nice.
That's more than possible, a lemon cake.
Lemon cakes are delicious. Orange cakes are less common, but also delicious. Yeah, lemon cake's a normal type of cake. You don't see it as often, but it's definitely around. Orange cake is unusual, but can be done too.
So yeah, we've got a dark chocolate, a lemon, a red velvet, and then a plain cake. I say plain, but that's unfair. It's kind of a disservice to like vanilla/white cake.
Standard cake. Kind of like what you think of first when you think cake.
Yes. And Rise is a kind enough host that they do provide beverages as well. They do provide moo moo milk for those who want it, and for the adults, those that he knows are adults, the fermented berry juice, i.e. wine.
Yeah.
At the end of the stream, I can say what it is.
Tucker would prefer the milk anyways.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna... with the wine, there's not gonna be, like, restraint. I'm gonna down this.
Did I see... Oh!
Ryda would respectively take some wine, but not overdo it like Ralph.
Dark chocolate with cherry berry jam. Aww.
Also, Hyperion, thank you so much for the $50 you just donated. Thank you. Also, Kudo. Also, Kudo, thank you for pointing it out to me. Again, my notification sounds are off during Pokerole, so I'm a little slower to react to things like that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, shoot, if there's enough of it to drink, then Ralph's gonna have a lampshade on his head before the night's over.
Assuming Rise has a lamp. Sorry, what were you saying, Ryda? Going to take some wine?
Yeah, Ryder would drink respectively, but not overly like Ralph.
To be fair, alcohol has been used historically to broaden the senses. But yes, it's not particularly strong, but it's a good vintage, whatever it is. It certainly came in a fancy bottle, so it seems like Rise has been saving it for some time. Luxray also partakes, as does Rise. Though Rise only has a thin complimentary slice of cake. He leaves the rest of what would be his normal slice to Noibat, which seems to cheer Noibat up a little.
Tucker does actually observe to see if Noibat is doing better. It does seem he's a little more chipper than he was before.
They seem better, but it's the kind of better where they aren't fully recovered.
That's fair. Tucker doesn't bring up anything that would not help.
Also, I'm sorry if I'm making you rewrite things, Kyrio.
Kudo says, chocolate and cherry do work together. So there's a lot of people that like chocolate with fruits. I do not personally like that combination for some reason. I like those things separately, but I'm just weird when it comes to mixing flavor profiles.
Cherry berries are spicy. Oh. Well, spicy, at least a little bit of spicy does work with chocolate. So...
Actually, it does. You can do a spicy chocolate.
Nah, Brooke's just gonna be sentimental for a sec. Aww.
Aww. This was a very... I just want to say this is very cute, though. I know what... I see what you did here, Car having this scene at the end. Exceptionally... Yeah. For anybody just joining or that if for some reason is aware at this point, this is my birthday today, so this scene is clearly themed around that fact. So that's really cool how you brought that into the game.
I said I would try and make it special today.
I appreciate it. A lot of people did, honestly. This was, actually, this ended up being, like, one of the more kind of thoughtful birthdays I've had, actually, as of late. So, while today was a bit physically lonely, I really appreciate the thought, not just you, Car, but everyone. Like, everybody who came to watch today, everybody who's donating, everybody who's wished me well. I've gotten a lot of birthday wishes today, more than normal, actually. Spent all day kind of respond to them, which is perfectly fine. And all the gift art as well. You guys can see in the CPG fan art section of my Discord server, there's a bunch of gift art there you could check out as well. Especially Kyrio. Thank you again, man. That picture meant a lot to me, actually. That was really thoughtful of you. He, for anybody that didn't check, you can check out the fan art section, the fan art channel for it, but basically Kyrio drew me a birthday gift that is actually effectively a sequel to a birthday gift I drew him in 2019 that he still remembered, and that meant a lot to me.
Oh, got me choked up a bit.
A bit later, Brooke will give an aside to Rise. I appreciate everything you've done for us from the beginning. You just kind of bundled in on your lives and let us in. Despite all the trouble, weird occurrences you've been at the center of, you still put up with us. You never had to. I want to do right by everyone in Savantown, because we kind of do owe everything to you.
Aww.
Rise softens at this. And they smile warmly, saying that definitely melted their heart, at least a little bit. You were just strangers that walked in, barely knowing anything. I know better than anyone else here what it's like. Well, anyone else besides you four. To find yourself somewhere strange, to know nothing. And I'm glad that we've been able to be a home for you all. we've been able to help. You all have had to deal with our weirdness too, so it's appreciated. All the weirdness that you bring. Because without the weirdness, how would anything change? I don't think I'd regret, for one moment, having known all of you. Change is what we're good at, Perk smirks. Call it human nature. I suppose. I like to just think it's the way you all are. Rise looks at each and every one of you. Even Ryda. It's in us to change. For the better. Even in the worst circumstances. You always want to. Sure, some parts will stay the same. But we're always trying to be better. They look over to Luxray. We're always trying to be better than the way we were.
As a nod.
Tucker stays mostly quiet during this, well, basically a speech. But he does look very receptive and nods to it.
Ryda lingers on the thought of change.
Sorry to put you kind of on the spot for typing so much, Brooke.
team leader and all that.
I think it's kind of neat, though, that Brooke just revealed that one of his motivations for helping was, in fact, Rise. Helping, just in general.
And to be honest, part of me was debating through this that perhaps Ryder should pickpocket Ralph at this time.
I
Just
don't have
as
any.
he's focused. This would be an excellent time.
But I'm also slightly inebriated.
Yeah.
It's not a fair target in this state. But also, kind of sounds like Ryder is having a bit of introspection as well right now.
Yeah.
I'm also not up to make people roll more at this very second, because I know how much further over we've gone.
Understandably so, but yes, it's almost midnight here.
A toast to changing then. Team cheer. Hear, hear. Rourke holds up his cup.
Ryder will follow in holding up their cup.
Tucker will also, in the best way a quadruped can, actually he'll sit up and hold the cup in his forepaws. He does a pretty good job balancing it. And he will make a little yip to the hear.
Ryder holds up their glass with his tail. Hear, hear.
Ralph responds, here and there and everywhere.
Everywhere because you're starting to have double vision from drunkenness.
Double vision.
On the subject of the time, I do apologize that we started a little late, which is unfortunately a fashionably common problem. I did have to call my mom before the game. I was actually ready, more or less at the right time, but Mom was getting home from
It is understandable.
stuff. And I couldn't get away from doing a phone call to my mom on my birthday. I'm sure a lot of people can sympathize with that. Probably.
It's not a bad problem to have.
It's not definitely not the worst problem.
But I know Kyrio is still typing. In preemptive ending stuff, so that some of us can go to bed and others can do what they need to do. Oh. Well, thank you all for being wonderful players, and thank you, audience, for being such a good audience.
I agree.
Nothing important. Well, it's important to me because you were spending time typing it.
Yeah.
But each of you gets 5 XP this session, because we're going to call this the birthday session.
Aw. Okay.
Yay.
Starting to feel really happy that my birthday fell on this day.
Score!
Score!
Look, 5 XP is a lot to get.
It's not bad.
Now I'm at 5 XP.
Hell yeah, you can do everything with
Me
that.
too.
You're a fucking millionaire now.
Just so rich in XP.
You get like... Can you give 5 XP? Actually, like, no, the skills cost 6. You can get...
Nothing.
Good day, sir. No, even the cheapest skill is 8. Okay. Yeah, yeah, enjoy your 5 XP. Please don't spend it all in one place.
Well, I mean, if your will was like 1, you could buy a will point.
Yeah, you could. 3 times current score. There you go. It's not something. It's worth something. Sorta. conditionally in one specific situation. But yes, thank you everyone for coming. This was. Did you have anything else to conclude, Car?
No, I was just thinking on what could be done with 5 XP aside from, I don't know, maybe a move? Question mark? But y'all all have enough instinct to not need those level of moves.
Just to make sure, did everybody give themselves 5?
I have not yet. Let's see, 58, 59, 60, 61, 60, 63.
63. There you go. Alright, that's why I asked. Just make sure everybody gets it.
Nice.
Yes, thank you everyone, not only for the game, thanks for watching everybody. Meowscard, Cryptid, I saw those bits. By the way, I do want to say, I was addressing the donations given, but I also want to say, Cryptid, thank you for the additional 100, then 100, then 200 bits you donated in addition to the 1100 bits, and all the subs you gave today. Thank you so much. Red Thunder as well, thank you for the 300 bits. I'm sorry, I kind of missed that too. Again, announcements, noises being off makes it a little harder to immediately catch donations, but that's just the nature of Pokerole. Thank you so much, though. I do see them. I have a little history, so I can always look at that. Even if I miss it, I can see it in the history after a little bit later. So, but yeah, thank you everyone for coming by, watching. The players, thank you so much for playing with me today and for being willing to run the game this late too. I really appreciate that. You guys really, everybody just made this day a lot better than I expected it to be, and I really appreciate that. Some really special gifts and really meaningful, thoughtful things, and I don't know. Today was full positivity, and I really appreciate that, honestly. Some days are hard, you know? Life has been up and down for me, and some days are pretty rough, and it's the positivity of friends, knowing that people still care, that really helps me keep going. So, thank you, everyone.
What's this button do?
Oh, wait, that's right, we added it when he wasn't here, right?
Oh, goodness, I forgot. So, a weird note to end the session on, I guess. Though I have to go quickly anyway.
That's fair.
I'm glad that and that we were able to help make your birthday special. But on the subject of the button, that is the button that can be pressed if a subject is becoming too much, or if it's like a person wants to move past it, and if that's the case, like, don't be afraid to press it a couple times, because I know it's a little soft on the volume level. That way we can stop and take notice and be like, okay, we will finish this or move on with bare description, or just move on in general. Mainly because there are subjects that are, in simplest terms, they are trauma trigger subjects for people. So we now have that button there in case we need it.
Also could be useful if we start derailing too hard.
Yeah, I would rather not use that for derail. I actually was tempted to use it earlier. A little. I was actually tempted to use it earlier, just, I think, in the quiet, to be like, okay, let's test if this still makes the noise. But I didn't. Because that would have been not... It would have been wrong, but also relatively harmless.
Yeah, we should really not use it for any joking purposes. It'll be like, you're talking too much. We really should use it only for serious things.
Yeah, that way it actually is taken seriously.
Yeah. It is a bit quiet. I actually could look into the... I think you can look into the scripted things that are on the table. I could probably see what sound file it's grabbing from, and probably just grab the sound file, make it a little bit louder, and then, like, put it back in. I could probably do that.
Maybe.
I'll see about it.
Not something to worry about right now.
Just something I might do later.
That said, I was... The only time I was tempted to press it was during a silence. I forget when, but it was a long silence.
That's fair.
But, all said, thank you all again for the wonderful session. And I will see you all later.
Alright.
Happy birthday, Char.
Thank you. Good night, Kai.
Bye.
Night.
As it is getting late, I will also say goodnight to the rest of the voice call as well. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
See you around.
I
Night.
hope... Good night. Thank you again for making my birthday, honestly, a lot better than it would have otherwise been. Appreciate it, guys.
It was our pleasure. And also good night.
Good night. And to you, stream goers, again, thank you for coming by. Your support is always appreciated. We started with pretty low numbers today. We went a little past 40 today, and then it dipped back down here as it got later, understandably. So not the biggest attendance today, but nonetheless, I really appreciate your guys' support. Every single stream you guys can make, whether or not we have large viewership or not, there's still people always coming by to hang out and just support, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm going to close out too. Music just stopped. You know, that's a good stopping point for me too. You guys all have a lovely night. I will do an insight in a minute here, but for the YouTube video, I'd say this is a good conclusion. Thanks everybody for joining me and everyone else in this game. This was a really pleasant, really cozy session. See you guys in another 2 weeks for session 109, but until then, more streams to be coming, so keep an eye out for those, and I'll see you all again very, very soon. Yips and all that.